Senate Select Committee on Disaster Preparedness and Flooding will come to order. Clerk will call the roll.
Chairman Perry,
Here.
Vice Chair Flores,
Present.
Senator Betancourt, Senator Blanco, Senator Campbell, Senator Hinojosa, Senator Kolkhorst, Senator Menendez, Senator Shortner.
Being non-present, the quorum is present or is established. Yes. Chairman King.
The Texas House Select Committee on Disaster Preparedness and Flooding will come to order. Clerk, call the roll.
Chair Keenan.
Here.
Vice Chair Martinez. Here. Representative Bonin. Here. Representative Darby. Here. Representative Johnson. Here. President Lauerback. Here. President Moody. Representative Verdell. Here. President Wilson. Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We are running two separate committees basically in one hearing. It's a little unique. It does happen in the past, but it doesn't happen often, so we'll kind of learn to fly the plane as we go. Good morning, members. It is thank you for being here today. We welcome to the first joint hearing of Senate and House Select Committees on Disaster Preparedness and Flooding. I am going to ask that we start this committee with a prayer. Heavenly Father, we thank you for the God that you are and that you're bigger than anything that we face on this side of heaven. We're reminded of recent events of just the fragility of human condition. We are also reminded in your word that these days will come and that the loss of innocence and the heartbreak and the sorrow that it brings is real, it's deep, and it leaves a void that there isn't anything we can say or do that's going to fill that other than you. And we thank you for the assurances of knowing that those that have suffered separation of loss, that it's only temporary, that there'll be a day when they reunite with those loved ones where there'll be a place where there'll never be another disaster, another hurt, or another pain. We ask that for those that don't have that assurance, that they run to you and not from you. We ask those that have the faith and it's been shaken, rightfully so, that they hang on to it even tighter to get through the days ahead and the years. The broken hearts and the shattered dreams of those that have suffered the most unconscionable loss is not something we can fix in a hearing today, but we can sure show that we have a compassion and an empathy for that loss and that they're there walking side by side with them. Let that be the tenor and the tone today as we move forward in these hearings and the days ahead. I'm thankful for those that have showed the hands of your Son, Jesus, in their actions, their first responders, those volunteers that showed up out of nowhere and wanted to help and show the love of Christ through their actions. We thank you for those people. We also ask a protective hedge around those folks that are in those roles. So much of what is seen cannot be unseen going forward. Protect them in their physical state and their mental states. Give the state and everyone that's connected to those initiatives the ability to discern and be part of. I ask that as we go through these few days, that our tenor and our tone will be one that is God glorifying and honoring, that we seek reconciliation of the loss with what we can do going forward to helpfully prevent loss in the future. And I'm also reminded that you, as the Lord Sovereign God Creator, are not immune from the loss of a child. You showed that through your sacrifice of your Son, Jesus Christ, for us all. And I'm thank you for that witness, but I'm thankful for the love enough that you had for us to show us that you are humanity's side and the grief that came with it. With that, we just hope our words are healing. We hope our actions speak louder than our words. And we hope that our hearts are in the right place as we move forward with that. In Jesus' name, I thank you for the God that you are. Amen.
Amen.
Well said, sir.
Thank you. All right, members, I want to take a few moments and we will adopt our committee rules. After doing so, we will hear invited testimony from several of the state agencies, river authorities involved in the response to the devastating flooding and the impact in Central and West Texas earlier this month. We will not hear from local officials representing the areas impacted by floods this morning. Chairman King and I did not want to pull those local officials away from their disaster-related duties to testify in Austin today. Instead, we will hear those folks, those local officials from all the regions impacted on site when we convene on July 31st in Kerrville. Before we move on, I'd like to set the tone for these proceedings. Members, as you have no doubt aware, the subject matter we will cover in this hearing and in future hearings with our select will be heartbreaking and emotion-filled. At least 135 Texans are dead across more than 24 counties stretching from Kerrville up to San Angelo and over to Georgetown, and thousands of Texas homes and other property damage have suffered significant damage, and countless residents have been displaced. Dozens of Texans have lost virtually everything they own. Thousands of people from across the country have answered their pleas for help. That includes thousands of first responders from both Texas and over 24 other states, and countless Americans from across the country who have donated money, supplies, and traveled to the sites of the devastation to lend their help. I was reminded as I went and saw some of those volunteers in action on Sunday in that region that God doesn't always call the ones that are prepared, but He prepares everyone that He's called. And I saw that in action in glory, full glory on Sunday as I was walking through that area. Our state is shocked and grieving. It in times such as these, Texans pull together. We have proved that time and time again through disaster after disaster, that is actually exactly what the mindset with which we intend to co-chair these proceedings. In today's hearings, in the hearing we will convene in Kerrville next week, and all future hearings, our select committee will not armchair quarterback or attempt to assign blame. To do so would undermine the very goal in the committee's creation. The goal of our committee is to find constructive policy solutions which will prevent future loss of life like what our state has suffered over the past few weeks. In a tragedy, grace, love, and compassion are essential to healing and recovery. This one is no different, and our ultimate aim is to heal our state's wounds. I ask that each of you bear in mind as we go through about the difficult business of examining the witnesses who will appear today, that next week, and in the future. I also want to explain just a little bit of the protocol. This joint committee does not get to vote on bills. So what we're planning on doing is this hearing and the Kerrville hearing, and then coming back from those two hearings, take what we've learned and what we think would be constructive to move forward on with state actionable items. Each hearing will then, we'll have several bills. I think there's about 4 or so listed on our side. I'm not sure where the House is listed. We'll divide those bills up based on the hearings, and each side will actually have their own hearing to move that legislation back to each chamber through the normal bill process. But this chamber, or this process, does not have the ability, nor should it, to just vote. We need each House and Senate members to debate and deliberate and figure out what they heard and put all the better actors together. So this is not a bill filing or bill voting committee. With that, I want to express my gracious and gratitude for being partnered with this guy from my neck of the woods. We have a long history together. I know each other's personalities are a little bit stronger than some people like sometimes, but I think that's a good thing. But I am privileged to be able to handle the co-chair here with Chairman King out of the House, and I'll let him have his opening remarks.
Thank you, Senator Perry. This is going to be a tough series of hearings. It's going to be emotional. And a lot of people want to be heard. I'm hearing from a lot of people from the Kerrville area that wanted to be invited to this hearing. This is not a slight, but as Senator Perry said, when we go to Kerrville next week, we're going to have more opportunities to testify. We're going to have independent hearings going forward. There will be more opportunities to testify, and nobody is not going to get. We're not going to stop anybody from having a chance to testify, but because it is such an emotional subject, and there are a lot of feelings stirred up, we do have to be mindful that decorum has to be followed at all times in all hearings to move forward. So, just to go over the rules from the House side, as a reminder to the committee and our visitors and witnesses today. Today, under House Rule 4, Section 13, House committees are subject to the same rules of decorum that govern the House proceedings under those rules. The chair is responsible for preserving order and decorum during committee meetings, and the chair may ask the sergeant at arms to assist in preserving order and decorum. Outbursts or vocal displays of support or opposition from visitors in the audience are prohibited, and the chair may order the sergeant at arms to clear the audience if there is a disturbance that disrupts the committee's meetings. Signs, placards, and other objects of similar nature are prohibited. Food and drink are prohibited in the hearing room, and members of the committee and witnesses must confine their remarks to the matter being considered by the committee. Also, if you were on the invited witness list today, please make sure you visited with committee staff and filled out the witness affirmation form before you testify. Also, for those that want to make a comment today, on the House posting, there's a link to the public comment portal where you may submit public comment to the committee. And lastly, because we have a small audience room and a lot of people want to be here, there's an overflow room set up in E1026. And if that one fills up, we will also extend overflow to E1014. With that, Mr. Chairman, I think I'm ready to proceed.
Thank you. We will proceed forward on adoption of rules. Our first order of business is to adopt the committee rules. Senators, your offices received an advance copy of the draft rules prior to this morning's hearing, and if you have been provided a copy in front of you. There are no substantive differences between the draft rules for our committee and the model rules distributed by the Senate Committee Coordinator during the regular session. If there are any questions about the rule, I'm happy to take them at this time. Chairs, none. Members, Senator Betancourt moves adoption of the committee rules. Are any objection? Hearing none, motion is adopted. Chairman King.
Our rules are the same as any standing committee in the House, so our rules have already been adopted.
They've been adopted. All right. Thanks, sir. All right, members, we are going to move forward. I came across, as you would suspect, lots and lots of information has flowed into my box, your box, and I'm sure all the members here have gotten lots of helpful, constructive, and probably stuff that will be incorporated throughout the hearing process. One of those pieces was a video of a meteorologist that after the event went back and put together the weather pattern that day and how we ended up with what I'm told the technical term, a rain bomb event, and how and where it came from and where we knew it was and where it was going. It was a meteorologist out of Houston. It was probably the clearest indicator of our weather pattern that day. So what I have done is got that video. It is visible up there. The first 11 minutes or so, I think, will set the stage for how the committee can go through the panels with a better perspective of just what this event was. And I'm hearing from the old timers, this is a 500-year plus event when you get into the weeds of just how broad and how big this rain cloud was and what it did. So with that, can you turn the video on?
I'm meteorologist Pat Kaplan here at KHOU in Houston, Texas. It's been a really rough week for folks in the Hill Country and Central Texas, especially the last few days with the prolific flooding that's happened through Kerrville and also in the Austin area. And it's left a lot of folks asking a lot of questions. This is an extreme event. It's a freak event, really. And so I think it's important that we take a minute to kind of break down why it happened, what the factors were that led to it, and what kind of advanced warning those that were in harm's way got leading up to this. So let's just kind of break this down. We're going to start first with why this prolific flooding event happened. And it all has to do with tropical moisture from Tropical Storm Barry. And you might be asking yourself, what tropical storm? We didn't have anything make landfall here in Texas. And that's correct. Tropical Storm Barry formed in the Gulf last week and ended up making landfall in northern Mexico. That moisture then moved up into Texas and interacted with a slow-moving batch of storms over the middle of the state. Those two combined and pretty much happened over one of the worst parts of the state when it comes to flash flooding events, the Hill Country. We have all of these ravines and these creeks and these streams that kind of empty into bigger rivers. And that terrain helps to focus moisture and water all into one spot. When you've got heavy training thunderstorms that occur in these areas, flash flooding becomes a huge problem. So let's take a look at how this kind of panned out on a map. This is the path that Tropical Storm Barry took. It formed in the Bay of Campeche and then kind of drifted into northern Mexico, and again, wasn't an issue for anyone here in the United States in the days leading up to this. Here's the problem though. Even as the circulation associated with Tropical Storm Barry fell apart, all of that moisture in the atmosphere doesn't just disappear. It's still there. And notice, you've got the Sierra Madre Mountains here through central and northern Mexico, just off the coastline here. When you've got low-level tropical moisture that comes onshore, it has to go somewhere. And it can't go up and over the mountains, and so it starts to stream up north. And so you take all of that tropical moisture from this dissipating storm and you funnel it northward. Now typically this would lead to maybe a couple of days of unsettled weather, more clouds, a couple showers for us here in South Texas. What made this situation unique was the presence of what's known as a mesoscale convective vortex. It's basically a mini area of low pressure, and it was very slow moving, pretty much stationary over central Texas. Now forecasters knew that this MCV, mesoscale convective vortex, was going to be over the area about 12 to 18 hours before this event unfolded. And that'll go to the timeline. We'll talk about that in just a second. But once they saw this feature and they saw the interaction that was happening with that tropical moisture, that's when the first alarm bells started to go off. And again, we'll break down timeline in just a second. But when you marry that tropical moisture with this trigger for the development of thunderstorms, it just unleashed a freak event here across the hill country with slow-moving, localized, prolific, heavy rain-producing thunderstorms, first in the Kerrville area and then the days following up in the Austin area. So let's break down this timeline about what the forecasters knew and how they communicated this information to the public. Thursday afternoon, so July 3rd, just afternoon, so 1:18 p.m. Central Time, flood watches were issued, and that did include the Kerrville area. Basically, a flood watch is the National Weather Service's way of saying, hey, conditions are possible for the potential to see flooding. It's not imminent, it's not happening right now, but within the next 24 hours, those conditions may start to develop. Later that evening, as the forecast started to become a little more clear, as more high-resolution model data, which is what forecasters use to develop these forecasts, became more consistent, that's when they put out a special discussion about a flash flooding threat. So the messaging starts to become a little more specific Thursday evening. Now we get into the overnight hours, and just after midnight, so 1 a.m. Friday, July 4th, is when thunderstorms begin to develop right over Kerr County. And that's when the first flash flood warning is issued. This is a warning that is issued for stationary, training, heavy thunderstorms that are producing a tremendous amount of rainfall in a localized area that can lead to the development of rapidly rising floodwaters. 3 hours later, at 4:03 in the morning, that's when that flash flood warning is upgraded to a rare flash flood emergency. Flash flood emergencies are reserved for the most significant types of flash flooding events. This is when there is an imminent, ongoing threat to life and property, and if you don't leave, your life is in danger. And so flash flood warnings are common through the hill country. Flash flood emergencies are that step above. That's a forecaster's way of saying this is a critical situation. 17 minutes later, at 4:20 in the morning, is when the Guadalupe River at Hunt hit that major flood stage, and we know what happens after that. So here's a radar loop. This radar loop goes from 1 o'clock in the morning Friday all the way through Saturday evening. And you can see, notice that little spin, and I'll kind of segment this and break it up. But you see the spin on the radar there? That's the MCV. Again, mesoscale convective vortex. Vortex is that word that really gives us that hint of that spin in the atmosphere. This is like a mini tropical storm almost over land, because we're picking up tropical moisture from the remnants of Barry. You got that spin in the atmosphere, and this just becomes a self-serving engine, basically. And so we see this just persistent rainfall across the hill country for hours and hours and hours. We get a break, more develops here across the Austin area, and then it continues through Saturday and even during the day today on Sunday. Let's hone in on Friday specifically. We go from 1 a.m. all the way through the day. Here comes that swirl in the atmosphere. That's the MCV coming in. But before the MCV actually reaches the hill country, look what's happening over Kerrville. This one little training thunderstorm in here, where it's rounds and rounds and rounds of heavy rain, and then the MCV comes in. It was that initial thunderstorm that prompted the first flash flood warning. And as we kind of pause the clock here, 2:30 in the morning, remember that first flash flood warning came out just after 2 a.m., or actually just after 1 a.m., and this is the reason why. There was one lone thunderstorm right over the north and south fork of the Guadalupe River, and that's what prompted the initial flooding. Then you get the MCV coming in on top of that. Notice the spin there, and that's just kind of enhancing everything, enhancing thunderstorms, enhancing rainfall rates. It was the absolute perfect storm. And the problem that this presents for forecasters on TV, at the government level, in the private sector, across the board, is that this is really pushing the science of meteorology to the limit. We are not at a point yet where we can pinpoint exactly where these thunderstorms are going to pop up and where that flooding is going to happen. But this was pretty much every worst case scenario coming to light. Tropical moisture, an MCV, and the terrain here, again, through the hill country, with all of these little ravines and creeks and streams kind of emptying into one big river. And so the flooding that we got just resulted from just hours and hours of relentless rainfall. So here, again, at the top of the Guadalupe River, so we're not even looking at the middle of the river, where it pretty much begins here, just outside of Kerrville, over a foot of rain fell. These are radar estimates. And this extended up towards Fredericksburg as well. And then when you just compound what happened in the days after, going up towards Marble Falls, Georgetown, look at this, over 20 inches of rain. You got nearly 2 feet of rain just to the south of Brady. So there were different pockets here. Notice these pockets of pink and magenta. This is where flash flooding was the worst. And this is what I was talking about, where the science just isn't there yet. We are not at a point yet where we can identify where these individual pockets that lead to this life-threatening flash flooding can happen until pretty much it's starting to happen. So within about 30 minutes to an hour, the National Weather Service is going to see the trend and they're going to issue the warnings. But those warnings will only come with about 20 to 30 minutes of notice. We can't, it's not at a point yet where we can give you a day's worth of notice to get out of the way of these flooding events. Let's take a deeper dive into the terrain around the hill country and where this happened. So what I've highlighted here is the North Fork of the Guadalupe River. And what you've got, outside of that, highlighted here in blue and white, these are little creeks and streams and tributaries that kind of feed into it. But this is the North Fork of the Guadalupe River. This is the South Fork of the Guadalupe River. And they meet in the town of Hunt. And remember, that flash flood emergency came in at 4:03 in the morning on Friday. And then at 4:20, 17 minutes later, the Guadalupe River here, where the two forks meet at Hunt, reached not minor, not moderate, but major flood stage. So it was just the perfect combination of conditions that led to heavy training thunderstorms over both forks of this major river that goes through the hill country and central Texas. And after that happened, you just got inundated. I mean, this magenta area here indicates that foot to 14 inches of rain that fell. And that rain came down on every creek and stream and tributary that eventually emptied into the Guadalupe River that flowed downstream through Ingram and then eventually into Kerrville. So that's this main river here. This is the Guadalupe River. And so you had all of this rain falling on all of these streams and creeks and tributaries, and that's what led to this catastrophic flooding event. And we're talking about a scale here of a few miles. And again, unfortunately, meteorology just isn't at the point yet where we can identify exactly where these isolated thunderstorms are going to pop up, especially when you come in the middle of the night. Now, looking ahead, what does the forecast for this area look like for recovery operations, for cleanup? As we go through the rest of the overnight, we did have more thunderstorms out across this area today. All of that activity should start to die down. As we get into Monday, there could be more development here. The models are hinting that we could see a couple more showers getting into Monday morning, but I think the heaviest of this starts to push off towards the south and the west. As we go through the afternoon, again, a couple spotty downpours are possible, but it doesn't look like it's going to be quite as widespread in coverage or as heavy as we've seen the last few days. Unfortunately, though, everything is so swollen and saturated from the last few days that it won't take much to exacerbate any rescue efforts and any cleanup efforts. So still another day or so of these spotty down.
I hope that was informative. It was pretty well recapped and kind of how that stuff came together. I don't know that people have heard yet. They did find one of the 3 yesterday, so they're still looking for 2 folks. Some of the stuff I learned when I was there Sunday, it was a 9-mile high rain cloud, basically. At its peak, it was almost 1 million gallons per minute. So that's kind of sets the tone or the pace, I guess, for what we want to talk about. And I will tell you that there's been several people in the know, so to speak. In the Kerrville hearing, we'll have some experts that believe that we can be a little better at predicting where a rain bomb event might actually happen. So be a little more pinpoint of where they think they can put that in. So Kerrville will be pretty informative on where we move forward on some technology that's not currently in place. With that, members, there will be no time limits for invited testimony today. Some of the witnesses testifying have elected to provide a presentation to accompany their testimony. Presentation materials will be viewable on the television in this room and on live stream of the proceedings. Hard copies will be provided for each member of the community. As we begin invited testimony, I ask you to reserve your questions until each of the panel has finished their testimony. It's my intent, as well as Chairman King's intent, to recognize members. We will try to alternate between House and Senate, back and forth. So as you light up, I think we actually have to engage your mic to get you on the mic, but we are going to do our best to alternate between members, between the House and Senate, and give everybody equal time on what they want to ask and how they want to ask it. Invited testimonies, first panel, it will be with, Chair calls up Chief Nim Kidd with Texas Division of Emergency Management. Initially, we had a meteorologist scheduled to come in. Chief Kidd is playing interim meteorologist today. Our pick, one of them got COVID, and we went to a second one, and I think that person was unavailable or out of town. So he will do his best, but if you get into the meteorology of it, he has some understanding, but we may reserve that for, and we will add a meteorologist to our initial list for the Kerrville hearing. So, all right, Chief Kidd, state your name herewith, and tell us what you think is pertinent from beginning to end of your tenure. And I know your tenure is not over yet, so.
Thank you, Chairman. Let me grab one of these closer. My name is Nim Kidd. I am Chief of the Texas Division of Emergency Management, and it's an honor to be here with you today. I want to say thank you, Chairman, Senator Flores, Representative Riddell. Thanks for your support over the last several weeks for your districts. It's an incredibly difficult situation. My prayers and our actions are with the families of those who lost their lives and the families that lost their livelihoods and their property. Our team is committed to continue our efforts to support until we find all of the missing persons, and the communities have been cleaned up, and they're on the path to rebuild and recovery. And I know we cannot replace the lives that are lost. I grieve for those, the families, and those lives that have been devastated. The sadness and pain for the families to find and the friends of the 136, now 137 fatalities, it will not leave me, and it drives us forward to do a better job. I've been asked to share with you our agency's roles and responsibilities, the timeline of events, a current status update, and some policy recommendations. And if it pleases the chairs, I'd like to start that now. Our role is outlined in Chapter 418 of the Texas Government Code. That government code, the Disaster Act of 1975, governs everything that we do as an agency. It lists the purpose, the roles of the governor, the roles of TDEM, the state finances that support disaster response, local government roles and responsibilities, how mutual aid should work across the state, what we should do as mitigation, what we should do as disaster housing, and what our citizens should do. All disasters in Texas are locally managed. Under Chapter 418, elected mayors and county judges are the emergency management directors for their communities. Our job at the state, as outlined in our statute, is to support local efforts, to augment capacity and capability. I always say we are responsible, but we are not in charge. The responsibility of being in charge rests with local officials. I also chair the Governor's Emergency Management Council. That's a group of 39 state agencies appointed by the governor to support the state and other local government efforts. Our agency has been blessed by you, the legislature, and the governor to have quite a few resources and the authority to pre-position those resources, of which we'll talk about here in a few minutes. Alone, the Texas Division of Emergency Management is just under 550 employees. 300 of them are field-facing. The other 250 support all headquarters-based operations and support our local governments. But with the council, the Emergency Management Council, we are a comprehensive workforce. And with the mutual aid that you've blessed us with in Chapter 418, we bring in specialized groups from other local governments within the state and around the nation. Those local government specialties include urban search and rescue teams, TIFMAS teams, the Fire Interstate Mutual Aid Agreements, the Emergency Medical Task Force, incident support teams and incident support task force, and our faith-based and volunteer organizations active in disaster. We help locals plan, train, exercise, respond, and recover and mitigate from all disasters. But it is only when an incident overwhelms or is suspected to overwhelm a local government are we there to support them. When an incident exceeds a local jurisdiction's capacity and the ability to afford the cost of that disaster, we work with the governor's office for the governor's disaster declaration, and then we do damage. Under federal law and regulations, each state has its own fiscal threshold in order for the president to grant a major disaster declaration. In Texas, because we're the second most populous state in the nation, we have the second highest threshold. The first disaster declaration in Texas was about May 15th of 1953. It was the Waco tornadoes and some floods that followed that. Since then, our state has seen 107 major disaster declarations, 18 federal emergency declarations, and 259 fire-related federal declarations for a total of 384 federal declarations to this state since 1953, far more than any other state in the nation. Our team currently manages $23.5 billion worth of open federal grants from 56 different grant programs and 4,800 individual projects at the local level. Our team works with FEMA and sub-applicants to ensure compliance at the federal and the state level. And at this point, I would like to go ahead and move to the timeline of events, if that pleases the chairs. You all know this. We're a big state. There's always something going on in this state. We have on June 21st, week or so before the storm, we had a team of Texans in the state of New Mexico. Our team managed their emergency operations center for the state of New Mexico over the weekend because they were having fires and catastrophic floods. We have the beautiful ability to have a team that gets to train here and work here and share that experience across the nation and then bring that experience back home to us. We also, as chairs mentioned, we have an in-house team of meteorologists, and they help us work with the 13 National Weather Service weather forecast offices that are in Texas. NWS has 13 offices in Texas, 3 river forecast centers that cover Texas, their Southern Region Home, which coordinates those 16 offices, the Storm Prediction Center, and the National Hurricane Center. So 19 different National Weather Service offices cover our state. On Wednesday, July 2nd, our team added 2 boat squads because the area that we saw may get some additional rain. We sent 1 to Tom Green County and 1 to Kerr County. There was a press release that I'll share with you here in a minute on the 2nd that we were also adding Parks and Wildlife, the Department of Public Safety, TxDOT, the Forest Service, AgriLife, the Public Utility Commission, the Railroad Commission, TCEQ, and DSHS to our teams to be ready to support weather that was coming up. Now, people are going to ask, what did you know that nobody else knew? We didn't know anything that nobody else knew. We didn't. You saw the meteorology, and Chairman, thank you for leading this hearing that way, because that is really true. The science is just not there yet. What we did know, we knew we were going into a holiday weekend. We knew that we needed to ensure resources were available from those local governments that we would want to stand up for water teams, for search and rescue teams, for medical teams if they were needed. And we're going to talk in just a second about where they might have been needed. At that time, when we released our press release on July the 2nd, the National Weather Service largest forecast was for San Angelo. And that forecast was likely 2 to 3 inches of rain, less likely, their words, less likely 4 to 5 inches of rain. I'll move to Thursday morning, July 3rd at 8 o'clock. We do a Command and General Staff, which is our agency's internal call of our assistant chiefs across the region and the divisions. We do this every weekday just to get us started as an agency on the same page. It lasts usually 12 minutes, maybe 13 minutes from time to time. If there's something going on, they last a little longer. At our 8 o'clock Command and General Staff call, some forecast models by the National Weather Service had some outliers. The area of concern that we were looking at was 35,000 square miles across Texas. Let me put that in perspective. That's the state of Indiana, or Maine, or Vermont, New Hampshire, Massachusetts, Connecticut, and Rhode Island combined was the area of operation that we wanted to have resources ready to support our local government partners. That was 44 counties in Texas. The forecast then for those 44 counties in that area was, again, 1 to 3 inches of rain, less likely now 5 to 7. We had a 10 o'clock statewide weather call that morning. We have these calls anytime we think local partners need to be aware of what's happening in their areas and to ensure that all state agency resources on the Emergency Management Council are there to support our local government partners. We had 468 lines call into our 10 o'clock call that morning. And when I say a line call in, it's a Zoom call like many of you do. There may be 5 people on the other end of one of those lines, or there may be 1 person, but 468 individual lines called into our 10 a.m. weather call on Thursday the 3rd. The National Weather Service briefs on that call for all of our local partners to hear the same brief. Instead of 19 different locations, it's one voice from the National Weather Service, and that's the Southern Region Home. The forecast that morning that they presented was slight risk of flash flood. On their scale, it was a level 2 of 4. That was for Central and West Texas. They rated thunderstorms on a scale of 1 to 5 for Northwest Texas. And they rated river flooding, isolated river flooding, minor to moderate in Southwest Texas. The forecast for Friday that they were forecasting in that report was 1 to 1.5 inches of rain with possibly up to 2 inches locally. Because of the size of the area that was impacted, that's when our team started placing resources in New Braunfels, in Llano, in Brownwood, in Kerrville, in Junction, in San Angelo, in Uvalde, in Cameron, in Eden, in Menard, in Kerrville, and Waco, and Alpine, and Austin, and Dallas, and Edinburgh, and El Paso, and Houston, and San Antonio. It was such a large footprint. In order to have any resource close to need, we had to have them scattered across that large area of the state. It was not about the intensity that we saw in the forecast because we didn't see it, just like you didn't see it, just like no TV meteorologist ever broadcast about it. What we saw was a giant swath of Texas. We started calling it a belt, actually, on our internal calls, of where something may happen in the 4th of July weekend. At 11:37, we put out another press release that we were increasing activity in the State Operations Center because of the geographic footprint that we were looking at. National Weather Service forecast was then predicting heavy rains and flash flooding. The theater or area of operation covered West Texas, Central Texas, the Hill Country, and that would last over the next couple of days. Again, over 44 counties, over 35,000 square miles. So we added the additional boat squads, we added the additional helos, and we added the additional high-profile vehicles, a total of 10 of them, to cover a radius of about 160-mile radius across Texas. We had our resources in place by 1 o'clock on Thursday afternoon in those areas. We were pre-positioned. thanks to the authority that you vest in us and the resources that you give us. We had no idea where rain would fall, as you saw in the video, but we knew there was moisture in the atmosphere. Throughout Thursday, the National Weather Service in San Antonio and San Angelo continued to post on their social media pages. And I'm going to read through some of these, and we have the actuals here if you choose to see them. Flash flood watch. I think there's some confusion between a watch, a warning, and an emergency. And I would encourage all of us to go back and look at those actual definitions, because a watch is just be aware. Know that something might happen. But even in their definitions, it says no guarantee of flooding, just a watch. Flash flood watch, 1 to 3 inches, likely, 5 to 7, less likely. Potential impacts could be rivers, creeks, streams, low-lying flood-prone areas. On Thursday, July 3rd at 3:20 p.m., the National Weather Service San Antonio then says heavy rains possible across some areas of central Texas, especially western hill country, southern Edwards Plateau, and the Rio Grande. Chances of rain decrease on Friday, with drier weekend and hotter conditions ahead. 18 minutes later, the Storm Prediction Center says, hot and humid for the Midwest. This is the national scale. Hot and humid for the Midwest. Wet and much cooler for the southern U.S. Severe storms and heavy rain, flash flood possible in the upper Midwest and plains, and heavy rain possible in the Northwest Rockies and Florida. No mention from the Storm Prediction Center of any severe weather in Texas. Again, Thursday, 6:56 p.m., the National Weather Service San Antonio says showers increasing across the hill country, west of I-35, from San Antonio to Austin, expanded through this evening. At 7:37, now we're at a flash flood watch still for the hill country, the Edwards Plateau, locally heavy rains possible. Potential over to Highway 90 corridor, southern Edwards Plateau, hill country, expanded to the I-35 corridor. Rains will decrease for Independence Day, but isolated showers may continue. It's 7:37 on the Thursday before, the night before. At 7:58 and again at 8:21, flash flood watch. Watch again, Bexar County, Gillespie Canyon, Kendall, Llano, and advisories for Mason, McCullough, and San Saba. So the area is still continuing to expand, but still at a very, very low intensity level. 8:54 p.m., National Weather Service San Antonio, 1 to 3 inches of rain, 5 to 7 less likely across the flood watch area, 44 counties. The hill country to 281, Bexar, southern Edwards Plateau, and the Rio Grande. 9:30 p.m. on Thursday night, National Weather Service San Antonio, pockets of heavy rain in Kendall County, headed towards Gillespie and Blanco County. 1 to 2 inches have already fallen within the last 3 hours, and more rain is on the way. At 11:17 p.m., National Weather Service San Antonio, pockets of rain continue across the hill country, more development expected through the evening. Flash flood watch remains in effect until 7 a.m. on Friday, July 4th, and their message was turn around, don't drown. Friday, July 4th, 1:06 a.m. National Weather Service San Antonio, very heavy rain, Bandera, Kerr, Gillespie, within the last 2 to 3 inches per hour is the rainfall. At 1:14 a.m., flash flood warning, first warning as you saw in the broadcast also, from Ingram and Hunt until 4:15 a.m. 1 to 2 inches have fallen, expected rate of 2 to 3 inches per hour, 1 to 3 additional inches expected. Flash flood is ongoing or expected was what they put out on their social media accounts. This is 1:14 a.m. At 1:32 a.m., flash flood warning. The flash flood warning that they listed included at that point in time still 13 Texas counties: Bandera, Bexar, Blanco, Burnett, Edwards, Gillespie, Kendall, Kerr, Kinney, Llano, Medina, Real, and Uvalde. 1 to 3 inches of rain likely, 5 to 7 possible across the flood area. 2:37 a.m., flash flood watch expanded until 1 p.m. today now. The hill country again, 1 to 3 inches, 5 to 7 possible. Excessive runoff may result in flooding of low-lying areas, rivers, creeks, and low water crossings. 3:08 a.m., the next message, very dangerous flash flood event, south central Kerr County, 3 to 7 inches of rainfall in the last 2 to 3 hours. Flash flood warning, turn around, don't drown. 3:19 a.m., The Guadalupe at Hunt is at 11 feet. It's expected to crest at 16.6 feet. At 3:33 a.m., flash flood warning Guadalupe at Hunt, Kerr and Bandera County until 7 a.m. At 4 a.m., the Guadalupe at Hunt, 19.4 feet, expected to crest now at 23.8 feet. Less than an hour, they changed the forecast like that. 4:23 a.m., 5 to 10 inches of rain over the next 3 to 6 hours. This is a flash flood emergency. 4:45 a.m., the National Weather Service at Guadalupe and Hunt puts out another message. And at 5:56, I personally get the first report of people trapped on roofs. We know what happened after that. I want to thank you again for the resources and the capability to expand and put resources in place ahead of need. For this coming week, for this weekend, for the little tropical disturbance that's out there, we are already moving and we'll have resources in East Texas tomorrow. There will be a boat squad up in Amarillo for rain that's coming into Amarillo from a system that's up there, as well as putting resources in Liberty, Beaumont, and Jasper for tropical weather coming in from the Gulf. I'd like to shift to the status now, which is number 3. At the height of our event, we had over 2,700 state employees actively engaged supporting operations across the state of Texas. But that was dwarfed by the 17,800 volunteers that came from all over this nation to help our communities. The governor so far has declared 26 Texas counties for disaster, and we're adding another 4 today. There are 15 counties under the President's Public Assistance Declaration that will help with debris and emergency response costs and rebuilding. And there are 6 counties that we will be adding more today, or requesting more today, for individual assistance to help communities rebuild. We've had over 6,000 people register for FEMA assistance already. As we go forward, we continue to work on search to find those that are missing. We continue to work with the debris contracts and debris contractors because there is a lot of debris to pick up and clean up. And we'll continue to work with our local partners to find solutions for temporary and long-term housing. As we look at the final piece on our policy recommendations, we want to really work with you on volunteer management. As you heard, we had 17,000 volunteers show up. And a lot of those were just good-hearted Texans, good-hearted Americans, bringing their resources, their time and treasure, their heavy equipment, working really hard around the clock for no thanks and no pay. That was most of them. But then there are the others that we really need to keep an eye on as well. So we have an organization that you funded several sessions ago called the Incident Support Task Force, the Disaster Recovery Task Force. We have the capability to, in real time, within the first 12 hours of an incident, the first operational period, set up a volunteer reception center where all volunteers should go, and they should check in, and they should share with us their capabilities and what they're capable to do. Are they unskilled labor? Are they electricians and carpenters? Are they want to help sort clothes, or do they want to search for live and missing victims? Fact of the matter is, people come in so quick that we can't control them sometimes, and we don't know who they are. Yet they're going through all of your personal belongings. They're in places that nobody else is supervising or watching them. And I think we should have a deliberate conversation, whether it's here or some point in the future, about making volunteers check in at a location for their safety and for our safety and for their coordination and communication. You may recall that during the time that we were searching, there were several times we had to evacuate the river because of ongoing flooding. When the volunteers check in at a volunteer reception center, they share with us their cell phone number, and they can text a code to us that I can then communicate with them that says, hey, something's coming, get off the river. Or, hey, I need you to check in. The other thing is, once I'm tracking those volunteer hours, we can then use those for in-kind donations from the local community or the state in our FEMA matching grant program. So there's a really good resource and a reason to do this. The next thing I hope we get to have a conversation about is mass fatality management. When an incident happens like it did in Kerr County and overwhelms the local capabilities and the resources, the justices of the peace and the funeral homes, we have an organization that we can bring in to support that. But that organization is really not codified anywhere in statute. And I think we should have a conversation about what the Texas Mortuary Assistance Team can do and what role they can play and what we can do to support our JPs and our MEs and our sheriffs whenever we have an incident that overwhelms those local capabilities. I know we're going to talk about interoperable communications a lot, so I won't talk about it much now, but I will tell you I went to Kerrville on Friday morning. As soon as I got the text, I went straight there, about an hour and a half drive from my house. And I ran into some of my guys from the San Antonio Fire Department that I worked with back when I was in the field as a lieutenant on the technical rescue team. And I had my radio with me, and I asked to be able to talk to them on theirs. But their San Antonio radio doesn't work in that footprint. So they had some really cheap Chinese radios that they were talking to each other on. We're better than that. We can do better than that, and we need to. We also should have a deliberate conversation about the credentialing of emergency managers at the local level. Today, in Chapter 418, you've heard emergency management directors by statute are mayors and county judges. You will see the words emergency management coordinator listed twice in Chapter 418. Only twice. It says the emergency management director may appoint an emergency management coordinator. The emergency management coordinator is an assistant to the director. Period. There's no minimum qualifications to be an emergency management coordinator in the state of Texas. It's whoever the county judge or whoever the mayor appoints. We're better than that. And finally, I'm grateful for your funding and everything that you've given us, but we have a lot of work that we still need to do. Our agency is very small, and I look forward to future conversations about things that we need to continue to support our great state. And Chairman, with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
One second. Do we have to stay? We have to stay in order because of that. 'Cause- Right. Hang on one second, Mr. Verdell, Mr. Martinez, you're up.
Just an admin, we'll try to alternate between Senate and House members as they are on the board, so we'll make sure each is alternated to try to give you guys your voice. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
All right, thank you. And thank you, Chief Kidd. First of all, I really want to thank you for all your leadership and your dedication. And I'm honored to not only be a part of your leadership, but also to call you a friend. And I know as a first responder as well, and a lot that we have worked on together. I think one of the things that really, the statement that you made a little while ago was in regard to interoperability and the ability to be able to speak between different agencies. And I can relate because I understand that down in the Rio Grande Valley, we have a major incident, whether it's a mass casualty incident or unified response to where various agencies get together and then you switch over to all valley and everybody can communicate. But once we leave the valley, our radios no longer work. And in regard to interoperability and being able to utilize those radios and that communication, is there a way that utilizing the infrastructure we already have in place and maybe having a radio with a SIM card that we can pop in and that radio will be capable if we go to Dallas for response, and like we have our Texas Task Force 3 down in the Rio Grande Valley. And then also my hats off to all of our responders that went out there and took their time and during that response. But is there a way that would work to where we're not building a new system, but working off the existing system and have the ability to provide grants for radios to where all of these other agencies would have that capability?
So, Chairman, thank you. And again, thanks for your support and partnership and your service as well. I believe the short answer to your question is yes. But I also personally believe we have two challenges when it comes to interoperable communication. And the first one is the technical challenge. It's what you just discussed. And I think the private sector partners that we've talked to and dealt with over the years are ready to come to the technical solutions. In many places, those technical solutions may already exist. I believe the larger challenge in today's date is the cultural challenge. We have 52 to 54 independently, usually locally owned radio systems across the state. There's no state standard for governance in how they operate. We do have, and the Department of Public Safety can talk well about it, great organization that has the statewide interoperability coordinator. But I think when you talk to them, you're going to find there's no teeth and there's no funding, there's no carrot or no stick and what we want to get them to do so that we have a statewide covered network. Now, I'm not suggesting we go build a brand new system from the ground up. I don't. I think there's plenty of broadband, fiber, technology, capabilities, Starlink, you name it out there. But we do need an organizational structure to cobble that together and offer grants and offer support to locals that have built these systems on their own. We didn't give them any money to do that. They built them on their own. And if I'm building my house and you're not paying for it, you don't get to design my house or say what rooms I have. And that's what they've done with their radio systems. So we as a state, I believe, should have conversations deliberately with them and figure out how we can integrate all of them in together.
And then just one more question in regard to that, Chief, and the response from a lot of our agencies that went over, Texas Task Force 3 to all of these agencies, do they have the equipment that is necessary to respond, or is that something we also need to look at so that they could be well prepared for any type of response across the state of Texas?
Thank you, sir. With the exception, I believe, of some of the TIFMAS apparatus that you fund through the Texas A&M Forest Service. When a local government sends their resources, their people and their equipment to us, those are generally owned and operated at the expense of the local government. We only pay for them for the time that we're using them. And we should have a deliberate conversation about the resources that we stage across the state. Because as you know, and for the rest and those in the audience, 2/3 of every paid fire department is off duty at any given time. The 24-hour shift that they work, Houston, 3/4 of theirs is off duty at any given time. What they don't have is 2/3 of fire trucks sitting in their fleet ready to go out the door. If it was a decision that we added some state-owned assets across the state in our regions, and maybe if we had some great places to park them and stage them and store them at the same time, then it's much easier for those fire chiefs to send me their employees and not send me their frontline apparatus. And I hope that we can have a conversation about that.
Senator Betancourt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. NIM, as usual, you go through with precise declaration of how we got there, and I think the meteorology of this is so unique. It really is reflected in the warning levels, because basically what you laid out, and I'd love to see that, by the way, if one of the clerks can bring that up to the front. I'd love to see this again. You're basically saying that at 106, we're still at from the National Weather Service, we're still at a watch level. Really, when you read through what you had outlined, we didn't get to a warning level of significant dangerous flooding till 3:08, if I've got the right round.
That's our information,
Yeah.
Senator.
Right, and then there's a backup at 3:14, okay? And then really, the flash flood emergency comes out at 4:45. So the
423 was what I had here.
423,
Sorry. Yes,
okay,
sir.
that's fine, right. And so really, those three are the three step-up levels that you're dealing with. And by the time we get to the third level, the flash flood warning emergency comes out, it's already happened. When did you get your first call that people were on rooftops and they needed help?
4:56 a.m.
Yeah, so within literally 33 minutes from that flash flood, that final emergency warning, you're already getting people that need to be rescued. So this is an amazingly compressed schedule, okay, that you have to respond to, and that the responders in the field are having to respond to, because we're not even going from 0 to 60. We're going from 0 to 200 miles an hour in 3 hours and 17 minutes. So we're really going to have an extended discussion, Mr. Chairman, members, with National Weather Service about these type of alerts and the speed at which they came out. Now, given that radar loop, they might have been able to accelerate it some, but they're not going to accelerate it by half a day or 4 hours. It's not possible with the meteorology that we're dealing with, level of technology we've got. Now, I'm really interested in taking this. Once you got that call and you're driving to Kerrville and it's an hour and a half, what are you doing at that point? We've given you a lot of autonomy, but I'm really curious about who do you have to call to get more authority? We've got the Senate Pro Tem who is the chair here. He's third in line. And in the next 16 months, you're going to be calling him at some point in time. That's my prediction, because Texas is too big and there's got too many possibilities of natural disaster. So, you know, when do you have to call the governor for more authority? In this case, I know the governor was out of the state, so when do you have to call lieutenant governor? And take us through that portion, because I think the lieutenant governor got his first call after 9 a.m.
Yes, sir. So I think I understand the question. And the way Chapter 418 reads today, if I'm pre-deploying state assets or local governments, that's not contractual. I don't have to go out for bid on that. Those are mutual aid resources that are outlined in Chapter 418. I've been blessed with the authority and the autonomy to take action to save lives.
And you did. And by the way, if you hadn't pre-positioned where you were, even though you're covering a ridiculously large area by national standards,
Yes, sir.
You wouldn't have had your assets in the right place.
And historically, you know, I've been in this spot for 15 years, first by Governor Perry and then by Governor Abbott. And the direction that I was given 15 years ago was, Nim, don't worry about getting a call from me asking why you spent money or deployed resources.
Okay.
You do not want the call asking why you did not. And I've operated that way for the last 15 years, Senator, I am the expert in this, and I challenge all of our people to be the experts in their jobs. And so there's nothing that requires me to notify anybody else of the actions that were taken during the emergency. Here's the statutory authority I need from the governor or acting governor. It's a disaster declaration. And then it's the request to the president for a major disaster declaration. Remember, under Chapter 418, only a mayor or a county judge can mandate an evacuation from a part of their community. The governor of Texas or acting governor does not have the authority under state law to mandate an evacuation. So there's, and I mean no disrespect to the governor, the governor's office, or the acting governor, whoever that may be. But in times like this, when we're in the middle of the battle, they have already granted the permission to me to take the action that we need to do our job. And you have enforced that through regulation and funding.
And then we had a chance to talk, and I can't remember what day it was. I think I caught up with you that by the time you got to Kerrville, you actually ran into two EOCs
Yes,
that
sir.
were operating independently. One was in the city, and the other one was in the county. So
Yes,
what
sir.
action did you take at that point in time?
So we see this a lot across Texas, not just in Kerr and Kerrville, is cities and counties, 254 counties, 1,217 now cities, but really only about 480 emergency managers and emergency management programs across the state, because in so many jurisdictions, especially in the western Texas, Senator, in your district, the county judge is the emergency management director and coordinator and everything else at the same time. They don't have the staff to continue to go and do that. But in some of the more rural areas, or I'm sorry, more urban areas, you may have a county that has 3 or 4 of the cities under their emergency management plan and under their emergency management coordinator. You also have places where the emergency management director, the judge, appoints an emergency management coordinator, but that emergency management coordinator may be the employee of another department in the county. And there are plenty of times whenever a city will have its own emergency operations center, the city of Houston,
Sure.
and Harris County will have its own
TranStar.
emergency operations center
Right.
at TranStar. So in events like this, when we see that none of those facilities will support all of the resources that are coming in, we encourage them to move to an ad hoc facility quickly that we can get everyone in the same room so that we're looking at each other eyeball to eyeball and not having to chase each other around rooms or around communities. And so we did. We asked them, and they complied very well. They were, again, we're not in charge. We don't get to tell them what to do. We're just responsible. We support them. We asked them, can you find us a facility that we can all be in the same room? Because we have a lot of state and federal, soon to be federal assets coming in. And I would like for us all to be in the same facility, and that's when they offered up the youth center there.
Which is quite a challenge in the area that you were looking at, okay, right? To find one of a substantial nature to handle all the resources that you were bringing in. I want to loop back with this, and for the members here, I think it's a very important point. Basically, you besides pre-positioning, and then once you're involved in this, you've got there's a constraint which only a mayor and a county can order evacuation. Now, by the time you're driving, if that evacuation hadn't been ordered at that point in time, it's probably too late, just due to the magnitude of what was coming, hundreds of thousands of cubic feet of flood per second coming down the river. Now, I think one of the things we have to look at is we probably have to know when these mandatory evacuations are ordered, and we have to have some way to bring that bottom-up decision up to the top, because whether it's the pro tem or lieutenant governor or the governor, that's something we're going to have to understand, that we've already had this issue. Those evac orders are in place, because otherwise the state at the higher level doesn't even understand exactly how much of an emergency actually occurs. Am I missing that?
Senator, you're not missing anything. I think the other thing that I want to say is local officials know their communities better than anyone else. And I don't think we would ever want to take the mandatory or the ability to mandate an evacuation away from a local official any more than I think we ought to give it to somebody that's in Austin several hundred miles away from where that problem or that challenge is. And so I think there will be a lot of question, a lot of accusation, a lot of second guessing. I'm not in that business. I don't do that. But those local officials know when to order an evacuation and when not to. And I think at the hearing that you're going to have next week sometime, you'll probably get some of those local officials that will tell you why they made the decisions they made or why they didn't make the decisions they made, and they need to be the ones to answer those, sir.
Right, and I think that it's important that those, and regardless of that decision, when it's made, there also has to be a reporting structure that people can understand that it's occurred, and that whoever is in the chair above you, okay, has to know what's happened already on the ground as quickly as possible, because we do have a distributed system.
Yes,
But I don't think we reported up as fast as we could have in that situation. And I think it's important that if you're really looking at what you need, and that's the other side of this coin, you really need a disaster declaration as soon as you can get one, effectively. That's your next big switch from state government, from the leadership of state government. And then obviously you need a federal one as well.
Yes, sir, and that state disaster declaration, when granted by the governor on the front end of an event, allows me to exercise extraordinary measure and buy things that I don't currently have under contract or have the budget for.
Because that's the key thing.
Yes, sir.
Because you can pre-position all your existing assets, but you're going to have to start buying things immediately.
Or if I have to contract for debris cleanup or a contract for porta potties or things like that.
Right,
Yes,
and I want to get to one more point and then yield my time, because we've got many people that could be asking questions. We had a discussion, because one of my interests was looking at a, flood emergency communication and river warning system. And you made the comment, and I agreed, that this, as good as TDEM is, and measurably, I believe it's the best in the country.
Thank you.
And I think that your other colleagues would agree. You can't be the one that hits that button that says we've got an evacuation order or that we need to do that alert, because the granularity of these decisions is down to the local level. And you were literally trying to look at 33,000 square miles to begin with to figure out where to position your assets. So I just wanted to repeat that conversation that we had between the two of us, that you don't think your organization is the proper place to be able to have that authority, that has to stay at the local level.
Yes, sir.
Now, my last question would be, is there a backup level at some point in time for whether it's the pro tem, the lieutenant governor, or the governor to be able to intercede?
You would then be required to change state law also to mandate
I
the
know that.
evacuation, which today does not. I mean, we can recommend, we can support, we can bring resources in to help effectuate that, but I think, let me see if I can rephrase how I understand the question. Do we need a better system for warning? Yes.
Yes.
What does that look like? I don't know. But I know you've got a bunch of people coming up behind me that are experts in that and can answer that question for you. That's the first part of it. The second part is once we have this amazing system, who should have the authority to implement or actuate the system? I still believe that should be local officials.
Right.
Your next question is, should there be a backup to that? And that answer is yes also.
Well, that's the essential question, and that's really, Mr. Chairman, what I know
All right.
what Senate Bill 2 is effectively about. But I appreciate appreciate the work that your department does, because it is superior by any definition I
Representative
understand.
Verdell.
Thank you.
Thanks, Senator.
Thank you, Chairman King. Chief Kidd, I just wanted to, I know I've told you this in private, but I want to say it publicly. We first met July 4th on that morning, and I just want to give you public credit for how well you were organized, how quickly y'all had a central EOC established, and watching you over several days through that process, how well your agency integrated with the other agencies during search and rescue and recovery. And I want to give you public credit for that. I do have one other question for you, which is when y'all are monitoring the weather that occurs, do you have a central website or location where you can see all that data, or are there multiple websites that y'all are having to review?
So, great question, Representative. And because the state and the nation looks to the National Weather Service, that is the public-facing weather document that we primarily look at and gauge what we think others will see in that. That's part one. Part two is we have multiple private sector weather services that our team uses in addition to the products from the National Weather Service. One of those tools for storm prediction is a private sector group out of the Friendswood area there, and they give us a very scientific forecast for tropical storms, much different than what the National Weather Service puts out. So our team of expert meteorologists does actually look at all of those that are out there to see what the public is seeing so that we can help try to gauge what public action may be, as well as take the resources and position them in places that we feel we need to be ready to support local partners.
Yep. Thanks, sir. Appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Senator Mendez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chief Kidd, I'm always going to call you Chief Kidd. That's how I met you. And thank you for your work. Thank you for your testimony. If you will, I also want to agree with my friend and colleague, Senator Bencourt. Could you provide us that timeline that you?
Yes, sir.
I was doing my best to follow. Chief, so from my notes on the timeline of events, on July 2nd, you sent out 2 boat squads. On July 3rd, you had a command call in the morning. Is that correct, with the 44 counties because of the 35,000 square mile area that looked like it might be affected? Was that correct?
So every weekday at 8 a.m. we have
Okay.
our team's command and general staff call that just talks about what's going on across the state and what our folks are doing. That was the 8 o'clock call.
So this was on the 3rd, on July 3rd, but what prompted sending the 2 boat squads out on the 2nd?
National Weather Service San Angelo was then saying 3 to 5 inches of rain.
Okay, so you were kind of aware that something was coming, you needed to be prepared, right?
Yes, sir.
Then I think you have 11:37, you're working to distribute resources by 1 p.m. July 3rd in a 100-mile radius, was that correct?
160 miles, yes, sir.
160-mile radius, okay. So in that 160-mile radius, how many counties are in that 160-mile radius? How many emergency operation coordinators were you dealing with?
2 different questions. The number of counties, I believe, is in the 40 to 44 counties.
40?
Yes, sir. That's that 35,000 square miles
Yeah,
that
let's
we
say
were looking at.
44,
Yes,
okay.
sir. And then each county has an emergency management director. That's the county judge.
Right.
And then some of those counties have independent coordinators.
Correct.
And then if those counties have a city, and as you know, a lot of our West Texas may have 1 or 2 incorporated city limits, unlike Bexar County with 30 plus inside it.
Right, right.
So each of those, and our job is to share information with them. The 10 o'clock call that we had 460 plus lines calling into that call. We believe the majority of those were from the impacted areas, or forecasted areas.
So
I'm
my
sorry.
question is, does the current process or procedure, because as you've correctly stated, locally, they have to make the decisions at the local level, but they also need to have all of the best information. And I'm going to venture to guess that you have probably access to all of the best information in terms of, you have at your disposal. Do you have a process in place that guarantees that you have communicated the potential danger with each of those emergency coordinators at the local level? Do you have a way that you can for lack of a better word, authenticate that they have received the information?
So we know we can share the information with the technology that we have, but we really have no way of knowing whether they received the message.
See, I would better hope that you'd have a way for them to acknowledge, I have read and received what has been sent to me, because I think that would be the best way to guarantee, regardless, we need to put a procedure in place that tries to eliminate human error. We can't guarantee the competency. You mentioned it in a way, you said emergency coordinators qualifications. There are no qualifications. It's an assistant, basically, to the mayor or judge. They can appoint somebody, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that's it. There's one sentence and there's no qualifications whatsoever, right?
Yes, sir.
That's a concern.
And Senator, that doesn't mean we don't have qualified people in those jobs.
I didn't say that.
know,
I didn't say that.
Well, I'll get beat up from my peers because I
no.
didn't say that, so.
Yeah, I didn't,
Verifying.
I agree, but we trust, but we must verify.
Yes, sir.
I think as I look at the timeline and I share, it's evident that, and this is where it gets a little cloudy for me. You had something at 1:06. What happened at 1:06 a.m. on the 4th of July? You had 1:06, then you had 1:14.
Yes, sir. 106 National Weather Service San Antonio put a social media post out that said very heavy rain for Bandera, Kerr, and Gillespie County, rate of 2 to 3 inches per hour.
Okay, so at that time, they're saying at 1:06, they're saying, hey, there's heavy rain, it's coming down at a high rate. And when that happens, does anybody, other than, you have to be aware of the social media posts, you have to be watching, is there anybody that's, their job is to follow this no matter what time of day or night this is?
So in Austin at the State Emergency Operations Center, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, there are 3 to 5 humans that are watching what's happening across the state. Their job is to be the alarm bell for the rest of us.
And they work for you?
Yes, sir.
Okay, good. So you have that, that's what I was hoping. At that point, do they make a concerted effort to communicate that, to make sure that the people in that area, in that where that flooding is occurring, do they know this is happening? Do they communicate that, and are they acknowledged that they received that information?
There is no system in place today to ensure that County Judge X or Mayor Y or Emergency Manager Z
Right.
is getting the same information that we are getting from the National Weather Service.
You do see the problem with that, right?
Senator, I do. And I'll share more of the problem and the frustration that we've had over the years is we've had a form called the DEM, the Division of Emergency Management, Form 147.
Right.
Under the governor's executive order from 2019, mayors and county judges are required to tell us their contact information and who's responsible for emergency management at the local level. To this day, I still get forms sent to us that have an office number for the emergency contact number. Listen, it's not for lack of trying and reaching out. We still get email addresses that we know are generic email addresses that are not being monitored. You've given us the resources to put people in the field to work directly. We have an employee in Kerr County, have had for 2 or 3 years now. That doesn't mean we have any way of guaranteeing that the responsible adult local officials and those that are appointed are awake and seeing the same information that our people that are paid to be awake at 2 o'clock in the morning are seeing.
Yeah.
Just lost power.
So 1:14, what happened at 1:14 a.m.? You had it on your timeline.
Yes, sir. At 1:14 a.m., the National Weather Service San Antonio issued the flash flood warning for Ingram and Hunt, and that flash flood warning was in effect until 4:15 a.m.
So that's when it changed in those 8 minutes from watch to warning?
That's what it looks like from their social media post, yes, sir.
Okay. And I understand that one of the problems that I see is that these terms, I think it's just like the alarms we get on our phones. They may be easy to ignore, especially at 1 o'clock in the morning when most reasonable human beings are sleeping. But the problem is that when emergencies like this are occurring, our constituents statewide rely on us to have people awake. I want to thank you for bringing this forward, because I think this helps highlight where we can get better. I think that I'm sure that in Kirk County, when at 1:06 a.m. they were saying that the water was coming down at how many inches per minute?
2 to 3.
2 to 3 inches an hour. So it's flood. It's already the change from watch to warning is occurring because of the waterfall. The only difference is someone hasn't actually determined it, called it something. That at that point, hopefully, what I think we need to say. Do we know at how many inches per hour will create a flooding situation? Do we know that we have that information?
So globally, yes, meteorologists do. They use something called the flash flood guidance, FFG, but it's different depending on, and Senator, this is where I'm playing meteorologist, so cut me a little bit of slack here. It depends on the terrain and the geography. In some cases, 1 to 1.5 inches per hour will cause massive flooding. In other cases, it's going to soak into the ground, and farmers and ranchers are going to welcome that rain. So each part of the state is different based on the catchment basin.
Right. If you're flat, yeah. So in this part of the country where it's known as Flash Flood Alley, do we have a historic knowledge of how many inches per hour cause a flood?
I believe what the Weather Service will tell you is 1.5 to 2 inches per hour can cause flooding in certain areas.
And how much was
really
falling?
we should
how
get
much
them
was
to
it?
answer
Well,
that
how much
question.
was falling at 106?
2 to 3 inches per hour.
So twice as much.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Yes,
Thank you,
sir.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Darby.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Okay. First of all, Chief, thank you for all that you do. We were privileged to have a briefing with you and the governor last week in San Angelo. Chairman Perry and I were present. My thanks go to you for all your organizational skills that resulted in great relief for the city of San Angelo and our area. I also want to thank you for your proactive response by deploying a swiftwater rescue team to San Angelo on the basis of a 3 to 5 inch forecast. Now, San Angelo, we don't get 3 to 5 inches in 6 months, but you were able to deploy a swiftwater rescue team to San Angelo, and after we got 14 inches in 12 hours, you were plucking people out of trees and off rooftops with that unit. I can't thank you enough for your actions and your prepositioning those assets to our area during that period of time. I do have one question with regard to disaster scams. I have noticed, as we all have, opportunities to donate and help these various areas of our state. Is there anything regarding credentialing or certification of these sites for authenticity and recommendations, if you will, that they are created and able to execute, if you will, the deployment of donated sums on behalf of these areas? So my query is there anything in your experience or what you're doing now that helps position TDEM or any other agency to kind of be a filter, if you will, for these sites that open up that pretend to help but may in fact be scams?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir, and thanks for the compliments and the question. On the compliments side, we did have a boat there, but that was to support your great local first responders that were already there, already engaged, and already doing rescues as well. Nobody does this alone, and our job is to support them. And we did a small portion compared to the large portion that your local first responders did, paid and volunteer. To the second part of the question and the comment is, we do in our agency have the ability to set up a volunteer reception center. We're going to call it VRC because we love acronyms. To set up a volunteer reception center within the first couple of hours of an incident. And this is where we want, and probably would love to see some teeth in this, We want our volunteers to go to the VRC first. That way we can qualify and quantify them as well to make sure that we have the right people doing the right job at the right place. And listen, I don't know that we want to talk about this right now, but I'd also like to know, do we have any registered sex offenders that are coming in to work in shelters? Do we have anybody with warrants right now that shouldn't be going through my personal belongings that are scattered all over the place? Trying to do good work. But we also know that the others are out there, so I need your help in balancing that out. The second part of the question that I think for our answer is, you have helped us fund the Incident Support Task Force, the Disaster Recovery Task Force over the years. That's the group that sets up the Volunteer Reception Center. That's also the group that meets with your community foundations like our team did yesterday in Kerr County. Because you're going to get so many of these volunteer groups that come in and say, I'm here to help you clean, but I'm going to need about $10,000 so that I can continue to fund my capabilities. And frankly, I think they become predators to the disaster at that point. And we need to find a way to call them out and get them out of the area. And I think working together with our team and our law enforcement partners at the local and the state level, we can help identify those. I know that there have been families that have been called by these predators saying, I have your kid, I have your family member. It's despicable, needs to stop. I've got a place for them.
Well, thank you. Thank you,
Yes.
Chief.
Senator Flores.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chief, we go back a long way,
Yes, sir.
and we've handled small events, big events, and I understand your role very well. And Texas, I mirrored my colleague, Representative Verdell, and saying thank you on behalf of our constituents for your rapid response. The great work that you have done and the people that you have managed to get the work done. Texas is very blessed with you and how you work with our locals who, yes, we agree, they're the ones on the ground. They're the first ones there and the last ones to leave, but so are you. And unfortunately, Texas, being as big as it is, you're very well honed in handling disasters from wildfires to floods to hurricanes, tornadoes. So where I'm going with this is that your function in Department of Division of Emergency Management is emergency management. So that's to be able to provide, do you agree that the first role is to be able to provide for a uniformity of a basic response to any of those types of disasters, which this committee is looking at, a baseline, and then you have specific operational parameters. But what's real important is that everyone, every county working in concert with you, every state agency, every law enforcement agency has that basic emergency management baseline to work off of. So when we respond anywhere in our 254 counties, that is established. Things like we're talking about, specific issues that I've been hearing this morning so far about, was this person notified? Those are all things that can be, that are already in place, as I understand them, may not be practiced, but do you agree that that's something that's very important to come out as a standardization of that basic baseline using, for example, the incident command system, which came from the fire service for firemen, but it's been used in most, everyone who's in this business is trained in incident command. And for example, the coordinators, especially coordinators in the county, shall be trained in incident command because that's the basic I'm talking about. That's the baseline of emergency management. Would you agree with that?
Yes, sir.
So how would you think you would help us to go around to make it so?
So, Senator, I don't remember the exact year that you got into law enforcement, but I'm going to go out on a limb here and say that in the 60s, did T-Cole exist?
No, but neither did I.
No.
Actually, I did in 1960. I was in
Good.
1960, but I don't think I cared much about it then.
But T-Cole didn't exist before the 60s. I think it was in the early 70s whenever this body, your predecessors, came together to standardize and credential law enforcement.
That's correct.
1993, I was the first class in the San Antonio Fire Department in 93 that had to take a state test to be a paid firefighter for the city. Didn't mean everybody before me couldn't do the job. They just only took a city test. They didn't take a state test. Today, to be a paramedic in the state of Texas, you have to take a national registry test. All of the emergency management and emergency response disciplines have gone through this process except the emergency management discipline, to where we standardize the curriculum in order to be paid or volunteer even as an emergency management coordinator for a jurisdiction in Texas. I think this is the time that we do that. And again, not because we have people that are unqualified doing the job, but to your point, Senator, there is no standardization and no consistency. Today in Texas, every peace officer has to pass the TCOL exam in order to do it. Every firefighter has to pass written and practical tests from the Commission on Fire Protection. Every EMT and paramedic passes the class of the institution that taught them, as well as the national registry test before they can practice medicine and touch a patient under a physician's license. But to be an emergency manager, you need a signature. That needs to change.
And that's the point I'm trying to make this morning with you is, as in my experience, of course I took incident command before incident command was cool. I took it in San Antonio, and then since then required all the game wardens under my command that I had. Everyone has it, everyone. But because we wanted to be uniform in our response with TDEM and all the agencies that TDEM coordinated with. But that baseline is so important when you're responding to these emergencies. To Senator Betancourt mentioned, sometimes you'll have silos, and I understand that. That's what the locals do. They're responding in their fashion that they see fit. But when you come in together, having a baseline to start with that you already know, it's like a machine. It's like riding a bike. It's like what we did with Alert with peace officers for active shooters, where every peace officer takes Alert so they have that baseline of response. Yes. I guess I would like to see that, Mr. Chairman, and members, as something for us as something that's very critical. No matter what the disaster is that we're responding to in this state, that baseline exists right off the bat, like automatically, everyone. And then we go into the specificity of operations. It's different in West Texas for responses to floods. The wildfires in the Panhandle are different. The floods in East Texas are different. Hurricanes, tornadoes. But what's not different is the structure, the basic structure of a response using incident command. And I think that's something I wanted to stress this morning. And thank you for your leadership in making that something that was uniformly applied, as I understand it, in DPS and all the other state agencies that respond with you. The other thing I would like to bring up, if you would bear with me, I know after every event, yes, you're always going to have people say you should have done this and you should have done that, and that's going to happen. But when the reality of it is, your situation, what you do, as I understand it, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that you respond to an event, no matter what it is, using the training, equipment, and resources that you have at the time, using the information you have at the time. You respond. Then after it's over, you do an after-action report on anything, large or small, and you ask yourself what worked and what didn't work. What did we do well? What did we not do so well? So I know you haven't had time to thoroughly do that for this event. But if you would if I can ask you to, if you may, and if you're not comfortable, please don't. But say one of the top two things that you say that you would believe were some of the lessons you learned from the event in the Hill, this flooding event in the Hill Country, which 8 of my 13 counties were affected, and thank you for the work that you've done in every one of them. What would be, just at the top of your head, say, this is a couple of the important lessons that I learned from this that perhaps we can do, re-examine, or this is what we did very well. Could you elaborate that to us, please?
Yes, sir, I will, and thank you for that. And you are right, the National Incident Management System, NIMS, I was NIM first before they named it NIMS, and the incident command system are the backbone of how we respond. And the Department of Public Safety, Parks and Wildlife, TxDOT, all of the state agencies that respond together have that basic training. And we offer all of those courses out to our local government partners. It's just really not a great system to continuously track who has and who has not, especially with turnover, to your point. We need to do better at that. The next thing you mentioned was after-action reports. AARs is what you're going to hear them referred to. And listen, you can't open an after-action report anywhere in this nation and not have communications as the number one or number two thing that needs to be improved upon. And that is operable and interoperable communications. It's the way we talk to the media. It's the way we talk to the public. It's not just telephone to telephone or radio to radio. It's all communications, which sometimes waters it down and makes it hard for us to fix. The thing that we have not done that I need help with is corrective action plans. Because to your point, in an AAR, we come up with what did we do right that we want to sustain? What can we do better that we need to improve? And then we usually set timelines for implementation. But remember, for my agency, in the FY26, the upcoming budget, 70% of my revenue is a federal dollar that is dedicated to somebody or something else. I have very few discretionary funds. I would love to have conversations about how we hire people whose sole purpose is to support our local government partners, not just in their after actions, but in their corrective action plans. Because you go find any of your first responders and ask them if they've done an AAR, and they're going to say yes. You ask them about a corrective action plan, they'll go, yeah, I think we did one of those. You ask them if they've implemented it, most of them are going to give you the shrug. We don't know. And that's why we keep having these failures of the same thing over and over again. We as a state are better than that, and we can do better, but we need a sincere focus on corrective action plans. You asked about the top two things for this event. I'm going to tell you communications is one of them. That's messaging from the media, that's messaging to the citizen, and that's messaging back and forth with our local first responders that are coming from all over the state. We have a long way to go on improving our communications. The next thing is, and I know y'all are going to look at this, we've got to do a better job at our warning and notification systems for all hazards, not just floods.
Thank you. I just have one more thing to ask you. On communications, yes, I agree totally on the interoperability. It's something that we've struggled with since 9/11.
Yes, sir.
I remember I used to have two radios in my car, one for the county, one for the state, and then sometimes that didn't work, you know, and that didn't have enough towers. Then we were required to change the towers, but it's been the fiscal note on that has been very prohibitive. But then again, it's like with the issue with water, Mr. Chairman. I mean, when you run out of it, then you'll pay just about anything to have it. And here in interoperability, the security of our communities, the security of our state and our nation, it's critical that we have that. So we have to look at it. Which brings me to the 911 system. When people use, does 911 also fall under your purview on emergency management?
No, sir.
Well, but as I understood it, people will call 911. I have an emergency. But when you have little small counties like Kerr, it'll be overwhelmed quickly, and then it switches and it goes to Bandera, and Bandera's overwhelmed quickly. Then it switches and it goes to Guadalupe because it's not in the same system as Bear, which is nearby. And so that's also something we probably need to look at is how do our citizens call in for an emergency, and that type of system is it something to look at as well. With that, there's a lot of other questions I could ask, but for the time, we'll get to that. Thank you very much, and God bless you for what you do and all the folks that you work with. We're very blessed to have you. You're the best in the world.
Thank you. We have a great team. Thank you.
It's great questions, members. I know we've got multiple panels today, and some of the communication stuff will be rehashed at a different level, different detail, different purpose. It's an important discussion, but we'll keep moving here. Senator Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, I want to thank you, Chief Kidd, for your leadership. And thankfully, we are not a state that requires another state to come in with leadership to get us through a disaster. Thank you for being that good. As I watched through this, and Senator Flores and I were in Kerr County, and then I was in New Braunfels, obviously, but I saw TDEM act with excellence. excellence in research, in resource deployment, in rapid response, in real-time leadership, and being proactive and not just reactive. So thank you for your testimony. Thank you for the recommendations. They're right on target, and I think many of us, we have other questions, but the way your pre-preparation paid off, and thank you for that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Moody.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Chief. Appreciate your testimony. I want to drill down into a couple things and maybe ask your team for some follow-up information so that I don't take up too much time here today. But first of all, for the other folks testifying, if you could please follow the concrete policy solutions like Chief Kidd laid out here. And the way that I think about disaster scenarios, and the way we thought about it when we did our investigation in Uvalde, right? There were interoperability issues there too, right? So man-made disaster, different than this one, but some similar issues that we ran into. But you looked at the before, during, and after. What are the things that we can do policy-wise that can mitigate or eliminate the potential for loss of life, loss of property, tragedy, suffering? And so I heard you in your breakdown. Right, there's some issues around volunteers, mass casualty events, and how we can involve external resources when local resources are overwhelmed, communication, credentialing of folks, and also I think communication interoperability kind of goes all together. So those in my mind fit nicely into those buckets, and some into multiple buckets. Right, before, during, after. I'm going back to the beginning of your testimony. This is some of the information it would be helpful for me to see. You mentioned, and I think I got the number right, that you oversee $23.5 billion in federal grant funds?
Yes, sir. The disaster portfolio of 56 open disasters right now that are going to local government partners, those 56 open disasters total $23.5 billion worth of funds, some of those dating back to Hurricane Ike.
Okay, and so those are the ongoing, where money has come down for post-disaster
Yes, sir.
recovery, and you all manage those along with local partners.
We are the grantee from the federal government. The governor is the grantee. I am what's called the GAR, the governor's authorized representative.
Got it.
And as the GAR, our team makes sure that the local governments are following all local, state, and federal guidelines for how that money is spent. Yes, sir.
And that is all in disaster recovery. So that's all in the after portion of a disaster.
That is, but that's not all of the disaster recovery. That's just the disaster recovery in our agency. You have the General Land Office and
Yes.
other state agencies that also get federal dollars to pass through after a disaster.
Well, and so I guess my question in there is, and I know other agencies are gonna have dollars flow down as well. In terms of what you look at, is there anything in those? I understand you're recovering in those sites. Are some of those dollars being utilized in any way to look at preventative measures going forward? Is that part of the recovery that those dollars go to? And this is something we don't have to drill down into every single one because obviously you're managing a lot here. But if that's some kind of breakdown, I can understand, because I think what people like to. When you go through a tragedy like this, and you talked about it, right? You want to learn from, and Senator Flores hinted on this, right? I've been out with the folks at Fort Bliss and doing after action. They show you how they do after action reports when they go through their exercises. Important, because when they're in the real field, like that's they need to know how to do things the best they can, right? But so this is our opportunity to understand. And so when you're utilizing those funds, are those opportunities existing to use those funds for those preventative measures going forward, right? The before. Here's what happened here now. Are those funds at the federal level that come down to y'all utilized in those buckets as well?
Some are, and I can explain, and I'll try to be succinct about this. So
Sure.
Under the FEMA Public Assistance Program, we call it PA. That's the money that goes to state agencies, local governments, and certain nonprofits to rebuild or repair what was damaged in the PA program. That's a 75-25 split, usually 75% of the money from FEMA through us down to that sub-applicant. If during the time of that rebuilding or that repair, there is an opportunity to do additional mitigation, That's the word that FEMA uses. And FEMA will approve that for the right benefit cost analysis. That structure, that facility can be improved, not just rebuilt to the way that it was. That's part one. Part two is FEMA has a program called the Hazard Mitigation Grant Program, referred to HMGP. HMGP is generally identified 1 year, 12 months after the beginning of the disaster. Historically, that has been 15% of whatever the federal share was of the public assistance damage. Tracking so far? Mm-hmm. So for every $1 million in damage, I get $150,000 in new money to go do mitigating efforts in different places that were not impacted by the disaster. Could be the same community, but remember in the PA program, I can do mitigation. This new money would go and do places in the same jurisdiction or in other jurisdictions to fix problems that have been identified. Historically, that mitigation money does not all get spent across the nation, not just in Texas, but across the nation. There are multiple reasons for that. One is it's a 75-25 split. Mm-hmm. Most of the jurisdictions that have just experienced the disaster do not have the financial resources to go and build what they want to fix because they're building what has been damaged in the inventory and repaired.
Sure.
There is no state fund for hazard mitigation in Texas that I'm aware of, and certainly not one that runs through our agency.
So let me drill down into that, because this is where I was trying to get to, is this is the space where the weight and the heft, the power of the state of Texas can help, right?
Yes, sir.
We've heard from some of these communities that are struggling, suffering. You just mentioned right now, when they're going through this, they're just trying to get back to where they were. They're trying to get back to zero. They're not trying to figure out how to prevent the future. This is the 8th largest economy in the world. And if we don't have, and maybe we'll look into, but if you're saying you don't know of any state bucket of funding to help in that regard, I don't know why we're not doing that, right? Over the last decade, you can look at, and you mentioned these are disasters across the board, freezes, major heat events, floods, wildfires, hurricanes, tornadoes, all of them have hit. If you've been in the legislature for the last 5 or 6 years, you've seen all of those come through. And so these are the opportunities that I want to grasp onto, because I know we only have the 30 days now, but this work is not going to stop between now and when we come back in 27. This is going to be one of the key things we do in 27. At least that's my opinion. And I think it should be. I think probably people share that opinion. But those are the types of opportunities we need to look at, because I don't want to look into no one should want to look into the eyes of any of these folks that are struggling to figure out how to rebuild and not then offer them that leg up to say, here's how we can make sure this isn't as bad in the future, or we can mitigate or eliminate the possibility this can happen in the future. That's what's powerful about the state of Texas, because we can do that. These smaller cities and counties, they don't have that. We can leverage that because we have the ability as the state. So that's the challenge that's in front of us. But this is a really, this is the time to get in front of these things. So I appreciate that, and that's a really good point you made.
Thanks, sir. And I don't want to mislead anyone that the legislature does not fund projects at the local level, because that's true. You do. But there is, to my knowledge, no coordinated mitigating fund for multiple communities to sign into the same project. And this is why the FEMA flood mitigation program and the hazard mitigation program isn't really that successful. Mm-hmm. Because the way the program was designed, it's to the individual jurisdictions. It's very difficult to get the taxpayers in Harris County that are impacted by the flood to flood mitigation efforts 200 miles upstream that caused the flood. We're better than that, folks. We've got to find a way to do this together.
You said that multiple times as you've gone through your testimony. We're better than that. And that's the one thing I'm probably remember a lot of things as we go through this experience together. Those words are going to ring in my head throughout this. We are better than this. We've lost a lot in this, and it could have been better both before, during, and after. And we know that. And that's not a blame game. No, that's accountability. And that's okay. That's what we're here to do. Thank you, sir.
Senator Blanco.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chief Kidd had an opportunity many, unfortunately, opportunities to work with you and your team. You all are excellent, always prepared and always present, so thank you for that. I want to drill in a little more on the questions that Senator Flores did a great job of asking as it relates to community readiness. It's said that disasters start locally and end locally. And you yourself have said that they are in charge, the locals are in charge. Correct me if I'm wrong, but under current law, only counties with populations of 500,000 or more are required to ensure their EMCs complete the TDEM approved course. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir, the 3 hours.
3 hours. So, as someone who represents several rural communities, since these emergency management coordinators are appointed, do you believe that that threshold, that population threshold under current law, limits broader preparedness efforts? And what do you need, what does TDEM need from this legislature to expand that access to training across all counties, and should they be required?
So, Senator, thank you. And yes, I say it certainly discourages smaller jurisdictions from doing it when we have the standard or the bar that only those communities with more than 500,000 people do. I do believe, and the other thing is, in the very rural counties where the county judge can't afford through their budget to appoint a coordinator, then now we're requiring that county judge to go through that training. But listen, after Katrina and Rita and Ike, I think we will go back to either the 07 or the 09 legislature. There was a push to make county judges go through training. But if you actually read the statute, it's the county judge or the sheriff or the person responsible. There's no ands in it, and there's no teeth in it. There's nothing, even in the legislation, there's nothing that says, if you don't do this, this is what happens. And so this is where I think, yes, sir, I would love to have conversations publicly or with your staff about what should it look like. I got a feeling we're going to come up with the same answer, and I got a feeling it's not going to be what we see today.
Great. We'll look forward to working with you on that. My last question relates to the focus, again, on local operations planning and oversight. Are local governments currently required, either by statute or by administrative rule, to regularly review and update their disaster response or emergency operations plans? And if so, is there a standard timeline or is there an updated cycle for that?
Yes, sir. Great technical question. So the current standard is at a minimum once every 5 years, that jurisdiction submits that back to the state, and we look at that and make sure that it complies with the FEMA guidelines, Community Preparedness Guidelines, CPG 101, which is the national standard. There is also requirements that the locals should at least review internally their plans at least once a year. And the once-a-year review, I think, is great. The 5-year review, man, we probably should take a closer look at that. I can tell you, with 1,471 jurisdictions required to submit plans, that's well over 10,000 planning documents that our team needs to review and look at to ensure compliance. That will require additional staffing at some point.
So you'll need the staffing, and so are there state-issued guidelines and best practices to assist these local jurisdictions? I think you had mentioned it right now, but just to make sure that
yes, sir,
that's accurate.
And Senator, I'm sorry for interrupting, but I go
Sure.
a step further. Not only state, but federal guidelines. Listen, we do want federal standards as it relates to emergency management. Now, we're Texas, by God, so we still want to do things our way. But to Senator Flores' point, the National Incident Management System is the baseline, so that when we're going to other states, or like in this event, we had 26 states send people to Texas. I want to know when they come here, they have the same standard of training at the minimum level that ours do. So,
yeah. Sounds like we can just fix that with some legislation. So thank you, and look forward to working with you on that.
Thank you, Senator.
Senator Swerner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Kidd, I wanted to focus on two of the issues that you said were primary that could be potentially improved. One is communicating. I think the other one was warning and notifications. The State Operations Command is constantly monitoring and has 24-hour staff, and I believe you said that they woke you up at 5:30 or so.
4:56.
4:56, and you were on your way to Kerrville shortly thereafter. There was the flash flood emergency issued at 4:03, so less than an hour after the flash flood emergency was issued. The State Operations Command does not have I think you testified or mentioned that they do not have a directive and/or they did not notify the local emergency management director, the county judge, or the emergency coordinator in Kerr County or the counties that were affected. Is that true, what you just said?
It is with a caveat to that. The same way that we got that notification from the National Weather Service.
It goes to them as well?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. But there was no coordination between the state and the local at that time regarding that communication and essentially waking the judge up or the next in line at the local level?
I would see that a little different because we had a San Antonio Fire Department boat squad in Kerrville the day before at Thursday at 1 o'clock that was already tied into the local responders there. So to say that there was no coordination between the state and the locals, that's not accurate. There was coordination. There were resources in place that they knew the resources were there. And when you get to Kerrville and you listen to the Kerrville fire chief, I bet he's going to tell you the story about how that saved at least 3 of his firefighters' lives because we had that boat squad there.
At the local level, the individual that could initiate the evacuation is the emergency management director, the county judge, correct?
For the unincorporated area of the county, yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay. So a sheriff can't do it,
No,
or
sir.
the next in line, right? We
No,
had the
sir.
same issue with Ebola, whether it was, a quarantine, whether it was the governor, the commissioner of Department of State Health Services, the CDC director, Judge Jenkins, the emergency management director, the emergency management coordinator, the sheriff, or the police chief of Dallas County. And they were all, you remember that?
I do,
think
yes, sir.
So
Yes, sir.
it's not dissimilar regarding stay in place versus evacuate and the need for that coordination and communication. Were you yourself able to reach, or any of your subordinates reach the county judge in Kerr County on your drive down to Kerr County?
On the drive down to Kerr County, I do not recall trying to reach the mayor or the judge. I was more interested in communicating with the responders that were in the field.
Okay. But the individuals that needed to be saved needed to have a warning system activated to some extent, or at least some sort of messaging system. I'm not for sure how they do it at the county level. I'm sure we'll hear more next week. But that has to start at the county judge's level, from my understanding, from what I'm being educated on today. And so the most important person to know that and to save the most lives, we can have sirens up and down, but if someone doesn't turn them on, they're no good, right? And so that communication to the person making the call, not dissimilar in the time of war, in this time of emergency, needs to happen. And so there seems to be a disconnect of making sure the person making the call is awake, alert, and doing it. Am I wrong in
No,
my
Senator,
concern there?
You're not wrong. I think there's complicating factors, or it's a word I want to find. When an emergency alert goes out from the National Weather Service, the National Weather Service does not check with or get permission from state or local officials before they push that alert. They use a program called WEA, the Wireless Emergency Alert, we love our acronyms, and IPAWS, the Integrated Public Alert Warning System. And that's how your phone, regardless of which jurisdiction you're in, gets the flash flood warning or the tornado warning if you haven't turned that off on your phone, right? I also want to set aside places that have no cell phone coverage. Let's acknowledge those. There are places in this state that have no cell phone coverage, so no warning system over cell phones is going to work there. Let's set that aside. There are also National Weather Service, NOAA. National Weather Service is part of NOAA, which is part of Commerce. There are weather radios. I have one by my bed. You should stop at H-E-B or Walmart on the way home if you don't have one and spend the $35 and have one next to your bed. Because we're places where we don't have cell phone coverage, the National Weather Service NOAA weather radios will alert and wake you up at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 o'clock in the morning. You're asking who from the state reached out and touched the local officials. Well, we started doing that the day before.
No, I'm talking about at the time a flash flood emergency was issued, and you were notified at the SOC, by the SOC, the ability to evacuate, and when was an order for evacuation ordered?
I do not believe there was ever one ordered, sir.
There was never one ordered.
To my
by the
knowledge,
county
I'm
judge.
not aware of one, no. And
So-
again, question for the
so
locals,
that
but there's no.
coordination, though, but the decision maker is a county judge. There was not, I'm not talking about preparation, I'm talking about actual warning and the saving of lives. And that has to be implemented by the decision maker at the local level. That's the system we have here in Texas, right or wrong. And that decision maker has to be, you know, I think there is some incumbent aspect to, on the part of the state to make sure that decision maker is making the decision one way or the other for that local jurisdiction. As far as at least having that information available to them as a second check. We can't just rely on a text message from the National Weather Service. There needs to be some combined effort to get that person, you know, you wake up the president, right, when there's an attack. In this case, the President of the United States is the county judge of Kirk County.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
Representative Johnson.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman. Chief Kidd, I want to echo what everybody up here has said about the amazing work that you and your team do. I think all of us in emergencies, whether that is a weather-related crisis, a public health crisis, or a mass casualty, all of us have had the chance to see your commitment, your team's commitment to helping each and every one of us and everybody in Texas. I know the world may not know who you are, but we have, and thank you for being part of the glue in these processes. You mentioned a couple of things, and as Speaker Pro Tem Moody said, there are evaluations that are going to come out from all these hearings that we will hopefully look at in the next legislative session that are big issues, and hopefully we do what we can now in this 30-day window to assist with what you all need. But I heard you say something about needing fleet, physical spaces. I know that your agency is trying to do a regional approach to ensure that, as you mentioned, other employees that are off but could come in to assist you, they need a truck or they need a vehicle to be able to jump in the game. So would you tell us what you need from us right now? You said you're deploying to East Texas next week, so.
Yeah, thank you for that. It does feel a little surreal to be in the finance room and not talk about money, so.
Yeah.
Sorry.
And I don't mean money, right? But
Right, but
just
it is.
realistically, we are in this moment where everybody gets to see
Yeah.
what do we potentially need next week that we don't know yet.
So a few things, and thank you for asking the question, giving me the opportunity to expand on it. One is facilities. For many years, we were a division inside the Department of Public Safety. And in many cases, we are still squatters in their buildings, even though for 6 years now we've been apart from them in a standalone state agency. In the 254 counties of Texas, we have 4 facilities that are owned by the division. 2 of them are built and 2 of them are under construction right now. In the other 250 counties of Texas, we are squatting for free mostly in somebody else's facility. That's just the office space. Y'all have given us, over the last 6 years, about $580 million for facilities. We're grateful for that. There's a brand new headquarters coming up out of the ground here in Austin by the airport. Hopefully within a year and a half we'll be in it. We have a 258,000 square foot climate controlled warehouse in San Antonio. It's the backbone of how we support local governments across the state. I have a 60,000 climate square foot climate-controlled warehouse in the College Station area that has a regional headquarters there. It has offices, it has an emergency operations center, it has a training room, and it has a place upstairs for me to sleep 200 responders at that facility. So I'm not setting up expensive base camps, and I'm not taking up valuable hotel space. Those are about $45 million to build, like the one we built in College Station. Last session, you gave us money to build 3 more. I need 4 or 5 more. I would like to be no more than 3 hours from every Texan, and that would put 1 in each of our regions. And so as we continue to build those out, that gives us the place to aggregate resources, like we used during COVID, like we used during Ebola, that we didn't have then, to store those resources, masks, gloves, commodities, meals ready to eat, water ready to immediately be deployed, cots, blankets for shelter operations. If we had 8 of those across the state, I could be no more than 3 hours from every Texan. That's part one. Within that, we have additional warehouse space for vehicles and heavy equipment. The thing that I mentioned about trucks and ambulances is at the local level, you all know who owns your local ambulance. It's either the fire department, or here in Austin, it's a Third City Service, or it's a private company that owns that 911 ambulance. At your local level, you know who owns every fire truck, says a name right on the side of it. You know who owns every police car, names right on the side of it. But at the state, who owns the ambulances? There are none. There's none. We use local government ambulances that we borrow from them every time I need to put 25 or 50 or 100 together to go solve a problem or support a local government. Who owns the fire trucks? The Texas A&M Forest Service has a few trucks, but most of those you grant money down to the local governments that care and feed them, and then we get to borrow them and sometimes pay them to use the equipment that we bought. For the police cars, they say the Department of Public Safety on the side, or they say Parks and Wildlife. We know who those are. But imagine a world where if in each of our regions we had 1 or 2 engines, 1 or 2 brush trucks, and 1 or 2 ambulances that we packaged as a strike team, that I would need a small staff to keep them maintained, mechanics mostly, to make sure that they were ready. But then I have the workforce. I'm not asking for people to staff them, because I'll go to Houston Fire, and Chief Munoz and the mayor there have promised me they'll give me all the firefighters I want. They just can't send the fire trucks. We'll come here to Austin, they'll give us those, and I know that's a separate issue, but San Antonio will do the same thing. Those local sources that we borrow people from sometimes have a challenge sending the rolling stock that their community has paid for. That's something I would love to have the conversation about, man.
And just to clarify, we trust local officials to do what they can in an everyday circumstance. You're talking about you're coming in to support when there's not enough.
That's correct, ma'am. When the situation dictates that those local resources have been overwhelmed, then we bring in mutual aid from across the state to support that local government, not second guess and not command that local government. That's right. This is just auxiliary workforce and resources to support during the big events.
And I know we're going to have a longer conversation with our panels, not only here, but as we go forward. And what I have heard from you is the ability for us to do better in projecting these emergencies, being prepared to respond to them, and where we can do better and try to have the ability to prevent. And so, again, thank you for everything and appreciate your testimony.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Senator Kokhorst.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, I want to say thank you to you for offering a prayer when we began today. Those prayers are so needed for the families and for the community, and also for the first responders that continue to work. So thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Chief Kidd, thank you. And that's a big thank you, not to you only, but to everyone that you represent in the agency. I see Blair Walsh here, thank you. Taking those phone calls, dealing with the families, looking for those children. Y'all would take those phone calls. And we're getting closer to finding them all.
Yes, ma'am.
Sobering. I want to drill down in a few things. You mentioned something that I think is very important. When we look at, and you talked about the AARs and then corrective action plans. And really what this committee has been charged with is looking at those corrective action plans. How do we do better as a state? How do we learn from these disasters? Certainly, I got to know you very well during Hurricane Harvey in 2017. So you mentioned a bill that I think is very important. All of us realize that HB 2794, before that bill, TDEM was within the Department of Public Safety. We made the decision thereafter to pull you out and make you the 8th Aggie agency. There was a lot of debate about where you should land, your own state agency. Should you be a part of Texas A&M? Should this agency? It was debated heavily. That bill was passed late in that session of the 86th. The 86th also created Senate Bills 6, 7, and 8, along with some other bills. And I would encourage the members on this committee to look at those bills. There's some good work done there. Senator Perry, you carried one of those bills about flood infrastructure, and I think that we can really build upon that as we go through this process. One of the things that has been brought to light is the emergency coordinator's qualifications. Out of Senate Bill 6, it was required that there be an emergency management professional development work group. It was assembled. It was well done. That report was due in November of 2020. Within that report, there were some recommendations of the EMQ, we call it qualifications, but it could apply to the county judge, a mayor, or their appointees, which we often refer to as the emergency coordinator, right?
Yes, ma'am.
It recommended that we have prerequisites. It recommended a basic level, then an intermediate level, and an advanced level. Actually goes into hundreds of hours. I'm not sure what happened after that report was issued. It was issued during the pandemic. And I think that it's something that we probably need to look into. You've mentioned that, and Senator Blanco, thank you for your words about the requirement of 500,000 or more. I've heard from some of my larger counties, hey, we're on call 24/7. Some of the more rural counties, that might not be the case. And maybe there is something that the state could help coordinate, help fund. We do look at rural areas a little bit differently. They just don't have the resources. Right. So that's something that we need to look into. And I would like to get your opinion on that. I mean, you haven't read this report recently, but is it time to go back to that report that was issued by, it was an outstanding group that put it together, and say, these are the different levels, and we're going to require, on the basic level, you have to have these hours within 30 days of the appointment. You have to have continuing education, much like the professionals that you talked about with Senator Flores. What's your opinion on that, and going back to that report and really implementing it? And do we need to do that statutorily?
It's absolutely where we need to go. I think the only way to ensure that it gets done is through statute. We're working with the Texas Commission on Fire Protection right now as a voluntary consensus standard that our team has put together with local government partners, many of the great ones that you mentioned, to say this is the things that we need. We've developed bridge courses. I think many of you are aware our agency implemented the first ever in the nation Emergency Management Academy for practitioners for emergency management. Just like today, you have to go to a credentialed by TCOL, or you go to a fire academy that is credentialed by the Commission on Fire Protection, or you go to an EMS academy that is licensed and regulated by the Department of State Health Services. We created an academy, but we've had 20 students the first year and then 24 and 23 in years 2 and 3. I have another class that'll be starting, but it's an 8-month-long class. In the 8 months, we give those students the ability to gain what it took me 32 years to put together, and I still don't have some of the stuff that we're teaching these students that are coming into this class. And we're doing that. Nobody else in the nation does that right now. We've done that out of HIDE. We've done that out of federal grant dollars. We've put that together, and right now everybody across the nation is looking at us to say, wow, that's pretty cool. Can we go do that? And we would love to share that. But to take somebody that's been in the job for 10 or 15 or 20 years and ask them to go sit in class for the next 8 months is never going to happen. That's why we've developed some short 1-week-long bridge courses to move along. And many of our locals that have somebody dedicated to do the job and can afford to send them to the class, we don't charge them to go, but that's still time away from family and their regular work. We're pushing that. I do think now is the time to start the clock on an implementation phase for professionalizing, credentialing, and certifying emergency managers in the state of Texas. And I think it has to be by statute.
Well, let me say this. I went back and read Senate Bill 6, 7, and 8 in preparation for this hearing. And in Senate Bill 6, and I'm the author of it, we formed a lot of study groups. And we did things because we've had a lot of hurricanes and, as you say, more emergent disaster declarations than any other state in the union. I encourage our group not to create any more study groups. We did that. We did that work and that legwork, and this report is excellent. It's excellent, and the requirements on the hours and the recommendations and even the advanced, I mean, the number of years that you need to have. It's like Senator Flores said, you know, it's the training, it's the I think the application of standardization. Military works like that, obviously first responders in that way. And so I hope that we look into that and then we put teeth into it in any legislation. And Representative Moody, that is correct. We'll be working on this long beyond this 30-day session. And then finally, I want to touch on one other thing, and I'm unclear of this. And after Harvey, again, we all said, wow, there were just tremendous volunteers. How do we coordinate that? And that was a progression, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So in particular to this incident and this disaster, was, and you refer to it as the incident, what is it, the incident where you register as a volunteer?
Volunteer Reception Center, VRC.
VRC. Did the Salvation Army run that for y'all, or is that done by TDEM?
The Salvation Army may have been a part, but it is a TDEM function in support of local governments. We still, I think the analogy that I try to use is we're there to bring people together, but the local government should be the one to manage and maintain. Where they can't, we support them, and as soon as they can, we back out of their way. So our team has the skill sets to bring that together and stand it up, and then working with either the local government partners or the local government VOADs, volunteer organizations active in disaster, like the Salvation Army, they can help manage and flow those facilities.
Well, I know I was receiving phone calls. Where do I go? How do I help? And I think that's something we need to beef up and make sure that we do. My final question to you would be this. As we are all connected in some way or another to this incident, and I think this disaster is a bit different than sometimes a hurricane that we see coming, and maybe it's because, you know, of course it was a holiday weekend and we had vacationers all up and down that river. I've been contacted by a number of volunteers that say everything was going great, we were volunteering, we were doing wonderful, and then all of a sudden the FEMA contractors started showing up. And they told us to stand down, you can't do this, you have to move out. And in one email that I received, it was almost, the words disheartening were used, that we were told to move on, that you can no longer move debris because we're paid on how much poundage we move, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I don't know what to say to volunteers that are giving freely. These are people that are just giving free. They went down there with their equipment. They're not asking for any money. They're even paying for their own hotel rooms. What do we do about that, and what do we say to our constituents when they're told by FEMA to stand down and move out?
Yep. So,
and they leave very disheartened.
Senator, thank you for the opportunity to answer that. And I want to echo the far majority of our volunteers are amazing and they do great work. And we will never be able to do a disaster recovery without volunteers. We need the volunteers. But I need them in organized volunteer groups. It's said in my discipline, in my world, that with every disaster, there are 3 disasters. The event, what actually caused us all to come together, the spontaneous volunteers that are not part of an organized group that show up wanting to help. They just want to help. They're called to serve.
They are called. They are
are.
impassioned by that. I want to help my fellow Texans.
But they're not organized, which makes us stop what we're doing to get them organized and slows down the response. I mean, listen, all of you have your own professional businesses. Imagine if 25 of us just showed up to help you, but we have no idea what you're doing or how you're doing it. We're just going to come and help because we're called. So we've got to organize the volunteers. You said the piece about disheartened, and I agree with that. You also said, I'm going to work my way backwards. You said FEMA told them they can't move things because we get paid by the pound. That's a lie. That's not true. I don't know who told them that, but I can tell you that's not the way the system works. FEMA doesn't get paid to move anything, number one. And number two, the contractors that we have doing this work are not even going to start until today or tomorrow. So anybody that told them that you can't touch this because I'm going to get paid, that's a fallacy. That's not true.
And he said, and this is not just, I mean, I've received several messages, but that is, there was so much disinformation, and this is recent. He said, at first we were really moving, it was great, everyone was together, and there was some organization, and now I think they've been told to stand down. So, and this is not to be belabored here, but it's part of our corrective action plan for the future.
Yep, and Senator, I'll say this, and I'll try to keep it brief, but it is important to me. The first 3 to 4 days of an event will feel like 3 to 4 weeks. And then when you hit to that 3 to 4 week mark, it feels like it only happened 3 or 4 days ago. The inverse happens on every disaster that I've been a part of. The next piece is, do not forget, and I know y'all won't, I know you won't forget this, we're a private property state. I don't care if you're a volunteer or not. If you're on my property, I have the right to tell you not to do this. We have plenty of private property owners right now that at the beginning of this event, they welcomed the volunteers because we were looking for missing people. And now we're at a place where we have private property owners that are complaining that the volunteers are tearing up my property, get them off my property. Our job is to find that balance, Senator. And we can do that through an organized structure. But it's very difficult to wrangle 17,000 spontaneous volunteers, people called to serve that just want to help, when they have no connective tissue to each other, no way to communicate with us, and no way to get permission from the private property owners, that they end up working on their property, in their words, tearing up their property, taking some of their property in cases. We've got to do better than that. And that doesn't happen every day for us. I pray we never have another event like this, but I know we will, so we better start planning for it.
I agree. Thank you again for your incredible dedication to Texas and Texans, and that goes for your entire staff and for all of the first responders and the recovery that's going on right now.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thanks, Senator Kokos. I'm going to interject here real quick, and me and the chair have our list of questions to kind of let all the members get through the panel, and there's about 3 more. On that volunteer issue, first of all, there was a bill filed and passed, McQueenie, goes in effect 9/1/2542, House Bill 4281, that deals some of the issues we're talking about, the bad actors on the volunteer. But Sunday I was talking to DPS and multiple emergency personnel still at the center there, and they made a comment, and it goes to what you're saying, the coordination is critical. Because after seeing and flying over that area and then walking in those river basin stuff, I just made a comment. I said, how deep is the silt? And the response was either from 1 foot to 5 foot, depending on where the river broke at that point. And the comment was made to me, and I don't want to mean this in any other way than I think it's very relevant why coordination and knowing where people are at and what they're doing is important. They said, the sad truth is the traffic on the silt with skid loaders and people that are well-intended helping to try to do something have hampered the recovery effort because now they're using sonar and other technologies to try to determine if there's someone underneath the silt.
Yes, sir.
So that goes to the heart of a very practical application why we need to be able to, at least at some level, coordinate and dispatch with the proper personnel assignment with them so that they don't actually create a problem. Now, I'm not trying to backtrack and say they shouldn't have been there, and I don't think that they did irreparable harm or damage on a long-term basis. But that's just one aspect until you've seen it, walked it, and been there, and you see how they're trying to recover the final two now, that it's real at that point. So,
Yes, sir.
and
Thank you.
I don't know where the balance is. Maybe all the good that was done by those folks trying to get in there and doing things early outweighs some of the stuff that we're trying to deal with now. But that's a very practical application that has a very real impact. We didn't get those sonars in from, and I think they came from out of state, or somebody there brought them in. I think New York actually is what I was told. I met those guys. Interesting people, New York State. One of them started to work a year before 9/11. Very interesting fellow, but I think they're in there, and I think they brought that technology down, if I'm not mistaken. But either way, that's a very real application why it's important to have this center on the front end. To some degree, being able to coordinate what's going on.
Thank you, Chairman.
Representative Louderback.
Thank you, Chief Kidd. Appreciate what you do. Listen, law enforcement and public safety has been dealing with a basic fundamental radio issue for a very long time. Would you agree?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Is it time to take a serious look at radio interoperability in our state?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Representative Bonner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Chief Kidd, thanks for all that you do for our state. And I really look forward to continuing to work with you and our colleagues. And a lot of great questions have been asked. I just wanted to get your thoughts about evacuation from maybe a little bit different perspective. And you had commented on how that authority resides at the local level with cities and counties. And in this tragic event, there was concern that people obviously who needed to move to a safer place, unfortunately, were not moved. But at the same time, we have had other experiences, and everybody remembers Hurricane Katrina, but what they may not remember is Hurricane Rita. And in the aftermath of Hurricane Katrina, there was a lot of fear and a lot of anxiety, and there was a mass evacuation, not necessarily mandatory, but people chose to leave. And more people died in the evacuation than directly by the storm itself. And so we have to be thoughtful that if people choose to leave, they could put themselves at greater risk, and they could impair the ability of people who truly need to move to a safer place from being able to safely get to that safer place. And many of these events transcend a single city or county or local jurisdiction. So how do we manage an evacuation from that perspective?
Yeah, Dr. Bonin, you have articulated that expertly well. We go back to 1987 in Comfort, Texas, just down the same river, where it was the evacuation that caused the loss of life in the Waterloo. So this is why my fundamental belief is all disasters are local, and the local officials know best where to evacuate and when to evacuate. And any of us that are not intimately involved in that process and timeline are just second guessing their actions based on limited information that hindsight is always 20/20. We can always make a better decision tomorrow with the information that we gain between now and then. And I don't think there is a single right answer to your question. I think it is a management process for every time we're going to deal with it. For instance, in the Gulf Coast, your hometown, we know that we should run from the water but hide from the wind. In a river basin, we should try to seek elevation, but that doesn't mean get in our car and drive through 3 low water crossings to get to it. And so there is no single one magic silver bullet answer that we can give all Texans right now. What we have to have is adequate radar systems that understand the weather threats that we're dealing with, the ability to communicate that to our citizens and our local officials and our responders in real time with adequate warning time, if it even exists ahead of time. And then the resources to be able to back up and either evacuate those and shelter them, or those that we ask to shelter in place to be able to check on them and make sure that they're okay, and then find the way to get them out as soon as that threat passes or subsides. And I do. I wish there was a single one-size-fits-all right answer to this, but there's not. And in each jurisdiction of the state, there's got to be somebody there at the local level that's responsible for doing it. They've got to be ready to answer the call, and they've got to have the resources in order to effectuate action. And I wish there was a better answer than that, but I don't have one.
Look, I think you're doing a great job. I appreciate that response. It just seems there may be times where some coordinated effort is needed to organize or triage the evacuation process.
Yes, sir.
Representative Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I know that we have other panels that we're wanting to get to, so I'll make this very, very brief, Chief. I echo everybody's appreciation of not only the TDEM team, but all first responders and volunteers who move forward at the call of duty. You provided a very detailed timeline associated earlier associated with the flooding, especially there in Kerr. Do we have a detailed timeline as it pertains to Sandy Creek?
I did not prepare that for this package, but we can go back and look at the National Weather Service forecast as well as their social media posts that we gleaned this information from, and we will.
If you could provide that to committee.
Sandy Creek, yes, sir.
Appreciate that. Also, as a matter of process, you mentioned after action reviews earlier. Where are we in after action reviews? Do y'all lead them? Do you participate at the local level? How does that work exactly?
Great question. Thanks for the opportunity. After action reviews are a standard. They're a gold standard. But the only thing in state law that I can find right now gives the chief of the division the authority to request from a local an after action report on a significant event. Now, as a matter of business practice, we do them, and a lot of local governments do them, but there's no known requirement for a local entity to share that up or across with any other organization.
I see, and you'd probably agree that if those were collected and warehoused, basically it would bring to us to refining our processes and best practices. You know, at the end of the day, when you look at the communication, and it's an interoperability issue, as you've laid out, and it's almost like a broken record. It's not the first time you've told us. You've told us many times, and as well as other first responder entities and so forth, the need and the demand. And of course, it was first highlighted during Katrina, when it was a multiple state communications. There was no standard, if you will, in terms of first responders or emergency management communities or communities as a whole to at least even understand that if we're going to go out and procure, you know, we need to at least meet this standard for interoperability. And I appreciate your awareness and sensitivity of the fact that there has already been substantial investment by many communities across the board in the state of Texas. In the past, have we done a thorough analysis of, or a recommendation, if you will, if we were to do a communication integration and interoperability direction, what that plan would look like in terms of those parameters that already exist?
Yeah, Representative, I believe the Department of Public Safety and the statewide interoperability communicator or coordinator for that position probably is in the best position to answer that question. Listen, I know they meet with the locals that own these systems, and I know that they try to bring consensus and standards together. And I know you've got some experts sitting over here that can answer that question much better than I can. What I think does not exist is the organized structure at the state level with the carrot, or the carrot-shaped stick in some cases, to encourage them, give them the financial incentive at the local level to want to work together in a unified fashion so that we can go and support other local governments with our existing radio systems. I think that's the piece that's missing.
I appreciate it, but at the end of the day, are you aware of the analysis and the vetting that's already been taken or has taken place to what that would look like?
I can answer that I know that since 9/11, even back when I was in San Antonio, we did, through the regional advisory, through the councils of government, We did tons of data analysis on who had what frequency and what radio systems and whether they were 700, 800, or UHF or VHF, and trunked or non-trunked, and encrypted or non-encrypted. I know that analysis is out there. I don't know what it tells us today.
No, I appreciate that, but what you're communicating is, and for us to understand that it's extremely complex.
Yes, sir.
And it's going to be expensive.
Yes, sir.
But at the end of the day, it's a necessary requirement in order for us to be more responsive and to enable the local communities to be able to, as you said, lead, but they can do that when all those resources are pushed to them to understand and know that there is a level of interoperability that must happen, or it becomes too expensive and too complex for them to manage.
Yes, sir. I agree with that, and I want to restate it to make sure that I understood it correctly, sure. that these systems are expensive. That's true, and they are locally owned and operated, and they do a very good job at the local own and operation. What I'm hoping that we can get to is the coordination of those local systems across the state. That's part one of the answer. Part two is, I really don't want anybody to believe, because I don't believe it. I don't believe that we couldn't save lives in this event because we didn't have a statewide system. Having a statewide system, if y'all had given us money, or if we had come up with our own money years ago and we had the most state-of-the-art interoperable radio communication systems on the planet, I don't know that that would have changed any of the outcomes of the lives lost in this event. And I want to make sure that those two are clear and separate.
I appreciate it, but Chief, I'm not just talking about this event. I'm talking about emergency management in general, be it the fires up in the Panhandle and the confusion associated with the fog of war during that time frame, be it a hurricane or whatever. The piece, and you're getting to where I wanted to go on this piece, is that when you look at that, one, it is complex. Two, it needs to have a detailed understanding in terms of, it may be the help that the state could bring is maybe provide some clarity in that complexity that at least helps local communities and others to understand what's interoperable and what's not. Especially when you know that the military departments come with a different set of kit versus anybody else. And so with that, thank you for the comments associated with that. The 39 agencies or entities, if you will, that participates in Emergency Management Council, do y'all have a particular forum in which you come together to understand requirements for each of those and what role they play given an emergency, and secondly, further understand what their requirement gaps may be to meet those requirements, such as personnel or equipment and so forth?
Representative, we do. And so Governor Abbott's executive order GA05 is what you're referring to, the Texas Emergency Management Council, the 39 organizations, which are all state agencies with 2 volunteer organizations, the Red Cross and the Salvation Army, and then all of our higher education systems in Texas are a part of that. Those groups come together in the State Emergency Operations Center at a minimum quarterly, at a minimum. That's just for plan, training, and exercise. I'll tell you, it feels like we're together once a week because of all the events that we respond to together. And so it's those quarterly purpose forward facing of, does your agency have enough depth in it to sustain operations here in this operations center for 40 days straight, for 60 days straight, or like we did during COVID for, felt like 1,000 days straight. So yes, we do that with those entities and organizations. And usually it's about October, sometime between August and October, that we bring them all together to figure out what happened in the last legislative session for their particular agency so that we can figure out what they got and what they had to change or what they chose to change so that we calibrate our capabilities and needs. So yes, sir, we do that.
That's excellent that y'all do that. And I'm sure that those requirement gaps are documented to help inform of what we need to focus on in terms of making sure they have the resources that they need.
I don't know that they come from us back to you, but each of those agencies, and several of the executive directors of those agencies are behind me here now, I think they will agree that You have the conversations with them. They bring those to us. We look and figure out if something was, one agency may have decided not to keep a piece of equipment in their inventory. Then we look across the spectrum and see if another agency decided to add that piece of equipment. I'll use a concrete example is four-wheel drive motor graders. The Texas A&M Forest Service brings four-wheel drive motor graders to the fight in the Panhandle support TxDOT when we're having fires or when we're having floods. This is the capability resource that we want to share together. And when we get to the point that we realize we don't have enough four-wheel drive motor graders, then our team goes out and looks for the contracts for that next operational period or for that next time period until you guys convene again and decide whether we want more or need more. So I think that happens, although I don't know that it's in a singular document, and I'm worried that that may be what you're asking for, and I don't want to mislead you that that exists.
Thank you. This is my final question. You have a series of meetings. Sometimes it's the 10 a.m. meeting during a particular event. What other meetings do you have with the emergency management coordinator or director on a routine basis, given an event?
During the event is the question?
Prior to and during the event.
Yeah,
yes.
so, well, I've got to put in a plug for our statewide emergency management conference. It's the largest in the nation. Usually 4,000 local partners show up for that, and we spend several days together planning, training, and exercising, talking about strengths and weaknesses and capability gaps, getting some good education in. We have regional workshops that across our 8 regions, local partners come to with our field staff that are out there. And then we have embedded our people in jurisdictions across the state where we now have about 135 of the field-focused, 100 of the field-focused personnel at the county liaison rank and title that are constantly embedded with our local government partners. Above them are the district chiefs that have a council of government area that are usually in a different county, constantly embedded with our local government partners. So I would think if we can find a county judge in Texas that doesn't know the name of their TDEM rep, that's a problem. I consider that a failure on my part, and I'd love to know that judge's name. But we are constantly in communication with them about all things disaster and emergency management.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Senator Hinojosa.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Chief Kidd, for all the time you've taken to answer all of our questions and for your preparedness in this process. Look forward to working with you. Listen to your recommendations, and I'll be brief. I know we need to move on, and most of the questions were answered. Particularly interested in the volunteer management piece. As a former volunteer, and I've written copious notes on what some of your recommendations are, some of your concerns are. I'd like to work with you, Senator Colcourse, and anybody else on that piece. But taking notes on your recommendations, I've got pretty good notes on most of all of them. I think I'd like to give you the opportunity to expand on the mass casualty management. I don't know that I've heard more detail about what your thoughts are on that, ways we can improve.
So thank you, Senator. I used to say there were 13 medical examiner offices in the state of Texas. I've since been corrected. That number may be 11 or it may be 14. Regardless, I think it's less than 20 ME offices in the state of Texas. Most counties have a JP. The Justice of the Peace is responsible for ordering the inquest into a cause of death, and I'm looking at some of the physicians up there to help me make sure that I say this right. If it is a medical cause inside a hospital, then the attending physician, I think, can determine cause of death. Senator Schwertner, I think, is going north and south with me on this right now. But if it's outside of that, then the JP comes out and either determines cause, manner, time, or they order the inquest, which goes to one of the ME offices. In this particular event, we knew, and the local law enforcement, the Department of Public Safety, the Texas Rangers, everybody that was participating in helping find people and identify people and categorize those who are missing, genuinely believed this was not a criminal act. It was not a terrorist event. It wasn't a human-caused mass casualty event like we may see in a mass act of violence. And so did everybody need an autopsy was one of the questions. Most of the local law enforcement felt like not everyone needed a complete autopsy, that we wanted to get those that had been recovered and get them returned to their families as soon as possible. And so we ran across some local challenges where ordering of that autopsy became automated, whether or not anybody else in the room felt that they needed to be done. And then we had the potential for families to be split, where we had some that were being held in Kerr County and others sent to Bexar County and others sent to Travis County and from the same family. Then those survivors had a much more difficult time reuniting the deceased with the families. I think we can do better than that, Senator. I think through some organizations that our Emergency Medical Task Force, EMTF, has built. Dr. Shuford, the Commissioner of Health, has been a great partner in the EMTF program. I think we can partner with those existing medical examiner offices and offer deployable resources to help in a county that does or does not have an ME office, bless you, in order to be able to support a surge in fatality management that they don't have the local capability to support. And it's not new, it's not rocket science. We do it with police, we do it with fire, we do it with EMS, we do it with public works, we do it with emergency management. It's probably time that we look at doing it with the mass fatality management as well. And we have a frame line for that already, a frame network for that already. It would just be going back and looking at certain pieces of legislation that may allow a JP not to be the sole one responsible for making those determinations, and allow us to bring additional resources in to consult with them, the county judge and the county attorney, on how we manage multiple fatalities from a single incident in a single jurisdiction.
Very good. And then did you touch enough on the credentialing of your emergency management personnel?
And I'm afraid that my phone is blowing up with hate mail right now from all of my peers out there that, there are, and it's to Senator Menendez's point, we've got some great local emergency managers out there, but there's no baseline standardization for how they got to where they are. And I do think it's time that we as a state decide there needs to be a baseline for people that get appointed into that position. You cannot be a medical director. You can't be a public health authority without being a physician. You can't be a county engineer without having an engineer degree. You can't be a peace officer without being licensed. You can't be a firefighter, a paid firefighter, without being it. Now's the time for us to do that for emergency management as well.
Thank you, sir.
Senator Mendez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This will be brief, but Chief Kidd said something earlier. You said when Representative Johnson was asking you about what you needed, you said facilities, so if you had enough facilities, you could be 3 hours from every Texan, I think is the quote I heard you say. Have you thought about partnering with either school districts or TxDOT? Both of them operate and maintain vehicles. Both of them have facilities or property in most communities. At that point, maybe, and I know our school districts have a history of, during the school year, during ice storms and other such, to get up and they look at the roads to see whether or not the school district's gonna have school or not, and it's safe enough for people to get to school. So that's just one thought as you move forward, because I think it'd be important for you to have it. And I think as I read, and I'm not sure, have you had access to the calls that came into the emergency operators? There's a list of calls that came in that were recorded by an IT director from Kerrville. Have you seen them?
I have not listened to those, no, sir.
Okay, well, there's a transcript, and I'm going to make it available to you.
Thank you.
Because one of them that concerns me here, at 5:32 a.m., another rescue team arrives in Kerr County and asks, who's in command? The dispatcher team says they don't have an incident command. Can you advise who's running command? The team asks, sir, we don't have an incident command right now, the dispatch responded. The rescue team continued to alert other responders to their presence. So without an incident command, obviously, how do you coordinate the efforts?
And so, great question, and I don't dispute any of the transcript. I can tell you that the way the incident command system works is sometimes jurisdictional. If you were in the city of Kerrville,
Right.
then Kerrville local authorities would have established command. But once, and so Senator, if you could think of those as, if there's a traffic wreck at an intersection.
Sure.
One traffic wreck, 2 cars at an intersection. The first arriving disciplines that show up on that scene by the National Incident Management System and Incident Command System, whether it's police, fire, EMS, the most senior person on that first arriving apparatus should establish command for that incident. Everyone else coming into that incident should either go to the incident if ordered or stage if not needed at that point in time. I'll tell you, every traffic accident changes commands about 3 or 4 times. From firefighters trying to gain access to somebody that's trapped, to the medical providers that are trying to provide care, to the law enforcement that's trying to do the investigation, to the public works people that are trying to repair the street sign or the lights damaged, to the tow truck driver who's going to haul it all away. Those are changes of command. 1 intersection, 2 vehicles.
Correct.
But when you have an entire area, you could have multiple command posts.
Correct.
What an emergency operations center is supposed to do is support those multiple command posts. And I can tell you, in a dynamic situation like this, where a massive amount of calls are coming in at one point in time, every individual apparatus that went to every individual rescue would have been establishing their own command. And that may not have been transmitted back to the people answering the 911 call or the radio system. Doesn't mean they didn't do it. It just happens so fast in a period of time like that that it takes a little bit of time to get those systems organized.
So this would be an example of a reason why we have to have people who are trained, well-trained.
Completely.
To understand what to do in a situation like this.
Yes, sir.
What is a code red? A firefighter asked dispatcher to send out a code red alert.
Yep. Also another great technical question. Code red is a trade name of a reverse notification system. So across the nation, we talked about WIA, the Wireless Emergency Alert System, and IPALS, the Integrated Public Alert Warning System. Those are federal programs. FEMA usually supports and runs those, activated by a lot of different people. But each county in Texas also has access to a local reverse notification system. You may know them as Reverse 911, as Code Red, as iInfo, as Everbridge. There's a dozen or so different name brands. Code Red is one of those name brands.
The reason I ask is there was a question, is there any way we could send out a code red to our Hunt residents asking them to find higher ground or stay home? We have to get that approved with our supervisor, the dispatcher response. But the supervisor, it says here, they couldn't be immediately available on the phone. Just another example of why we need to get this professionalized.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Members, that's all the members of the panels up here. Chairman King and I'm going to try to run through some of this. You want to go first, Chairman King? Feel free. Chief, it's good to see you. I wish it was a different circumstance. I'm gonna try to run through these. A lot of this stuff's been trying to address, but I'm gonna try to bring a little bit of perspective. I do agree with Representative Louderback and Representative Wilson on the interoperability conversation, and I want to be clear with this. Having met with DPS, but having had this conversation in 2011 when I came here, having seen Chairman Nichols try to address this over a decade, it is extremely complicated. That said, we have a whole lot of technology that I saw in action at DPS regarding IP addresses, even to the point cell phones and things were able to connect. Now, I'm not a technician and I'm not advocating that I know the answer, but there was a actual platform that seemed to coordinate no matter what P25, Motorola, or what any technologies were. So here's what I would suggest, and Chairman King's got more expertise in setting this up. If we go down this road, it will be a multi-discipline conversation at local, state, I don't know, include federal. That's another layer of anxiety. But if we're going to go down this road, and it ties into some of the other panels we hear with internet and how that works and what a vital resource that has become in these disaster recoveries. It will take time. It's not something we can decide in the next 4 weeks. But I personally am kind of frustrated and don't want to hear about it again after we get done. And what I mean by that, it needs to be holistic and very, very partnering and not turf building. And I don't want to leave you with the impression that's your job. It's these guys' jobs to set that format up and get to the bottom of what is possible and what it costs before we get out of here next session and through the interim. I have not had this question answered at any level. I've asked it 50 different ways, 50 different times over Sunday, and people have followed up, and there may be no legitimate answer. Back to Chairman Bonham's perspective. If you have the opportunity to kind of start at Hunt Store, and you see where the two rivers really come together, and then the bottleneck, the very narrow area that creates, you understand why shelter in place and higher ground is the only course of action we have today, based on our early warning and what actionable items we assign to that. So I needed to know, when were the roads impassable? At what point in time? Was it 6 o'clock in the afternoon, 3 o'clock the Thursday afternoon, or could we have gotten people out at 1:15 a.m.? I think pretty clearly it was way early, because I don't know when the first low river crossing was, and that very narrow, 2-lane, very narrow road in and out of Hunt, Texas was locked up. So that is a critical point as we have conversations, because the ultimate change we make in this process, if we're able to make changes at all, is the best possible objective information to give to the local person designated as the evacuee call, the confidence to call that. We don't have technology. Well, let me back up. We may find that through July 31st hearings, there is technology that can do a better job and pinpoint rain bombs and those events. This area is not a rain bomb event every time, though. It doesn't take much on flat limestone rock. But we have to start with that as a basic principle, because if you have to evacuate under a threat of a 2-inch rain a day before, that's what you do, or you decide not to do and take the consequences. I understand making an evac call and all the conversations that go into it, especially on a July 4th weekend with many, many people in that area. But I have not found that. Do you know when the outside access in and out of that area was effectively non-existent?
So, Senator, I don't think I have the whole answer. I think I have part of the answer, and I'm hoping that I can give you a path to get to that full answer. And what we have from some of the discussion boards of the National Weather Service on July 4th at 3:19 a.m. It's the timestamp. This is part of the in-depth from the Mesonet discussion boards, and I know you're familiar with that, but please don't ask me to explain that for everybody else. The what at 3:19 a.m. was minor flooding is occurring and moderate flooding is forecast. The where is the Guadalupe River at Hunt. The when is from early this morning to just after midnight. I'm on July 4th now, 3:19 a.m. The impacts, this is what it says. At 18 feet, automobiles parked near the North Fork of the Guadalupe River at Camp Waldemar washed downstream. Roads and low bridges near the North and South Forks flood badly and are dangerous to motorists. The Highway 39 bridge floor near Hunt is 6 feet underwater. Some residents are cut off and should stay put. Secondary roads and bridges near the river are extremely dangerous to motorists. This is near USGS 1 to 5 year flood, which means a once in every 5 year flood. All right. Additional details. At 3:05 a.m. Friday, the stage was at 11 feet. Riverbank stage is 10 feet. Recent activity. Maximum river stage in the 24 hours ending at 3:05 a.m. was at 11 feet. The forecast, and this goes back to the points I made earlier, the river is expected to rise to a crest of 16.6 feet this morning, then will fall below flood stage this afternoon. I think that's part of your question is, when do we know what becomes impassable? I believe the Weather Service and local engineers know what that looks like. I think the disconnect is they don't know how much rain is falling and where it's going to land. And they don't know that until it happens. And at that point is when the snap decision has to be made of, did it fall 10 miles to the east or 10 miles to the west, or did it fall in the exact wrong spot that caused this to happen? And I know we all want the answer to that. I'm just afraid we're never going to get there.
Yeah, I can appreciate that, but we've got to get to a conclusion that we're willing to make error on the safe side, or we're willing to just throw mud at the wall and say, you know what, it hadn't happened that way before, which, I mean, at some point, and here's what I hope to come from this process. We do come up with an objective standard that's a little bit more scientific based on where that event could occur. Set that aside, that we find a metric that can give locals that are delegated this very, very tough call enough confidence that they have state backing when they make it. So if they're wrong, it's okay, but I understand the political fallout of that. So I want to kind of big umbrella here. They all have constituents they answer to. And they have a lot of, that community probably doubles in size with people that don't live there. So they probably don't know where the gas station is, much less how to get out. They just knew they came in. So there's a whole all other factors that are very unique to that region after looking at it, but we have to find a way to give the locals more tools and more confidence that if they believe they need to make the call, and if it's 12 hours out, they make it, or preferably in an event like this, after looking at where the camp was specifically, shelter in place and get on the roof. Some of the kids actually were able to climb up the wall of the canyon because they had enough notice. So that's probably the best case scenario until technology proves different, that at some point higher ground is the only option you've got, but it cannot be when you see the river cresting.
No, it's too late.
You got to make it 12 hours early, 6 hours early. We think this could be a major, and you got to bring them to a higher ground in the community that's designated no different than go to your bathtub in a tornado, whether the tornado's coming. So that's what I hope came from. So moving forward with
Senator,
that,
if I may, I don't ever want to go through this again.
Sure.
I know none of you do, and we don't want the heartbreak for any other families in Texas. We've got to figure this out.
Right. It's our job to give those locals the right tools and standard. And then we're not changing the warning systems from NOAA. I wish that was our jurisdiction.
It's not.
But we darn sure can attach what I would call an actionable item to those warnings in a state rate. So if you get a flash flood watch or a flash flood warning before there's an emergency flood, we can assign, I think, actionable items to that as a state based on this event and regions around the state to do it. We should be able to develop a standard, and if those locals are following that standard, the repercussions politically of making the wrong call should be lessened because we can take that hit for them.
Yes, sir.
And they need that. Back to your emergency management, one thing that stands out to me, and you made the comment, and I think you were being gracious, and it's not a slam on the way they were divided. I cannot imagine coming into a community where you have a separate EOC for county and city to manage. Somebody needs to be in charge. Somebody needs to be the go-to, and they need to have a backup because if, heaven forbid, the person that was in charge's house got flooded out and they were no longer with us, you need a backup. But I would tell you, as writing this disaster preparedness plan, I will highly recommend that we don't have two different bosses in an arena, especially in a community as small as this. You're not going to have enough expertise anyway. In the bigger cities, that's not how it works. You get everybody with every discipline at every city level, every county level, and you bring them in a room, and you're at war. You're making calls. In a city this small, to be split that way, and I don't care if it's politics. That to me is unacceptable, and I would like to know the challenges having that split up on the front end. You may have knew it. But then how do you move between those two? And I know they moved to the command center after they were, I assume they had to be asked to, but you had made the comment they were not adverse to it and they did it. But it's logically the county because it encompasses the city. But I don't care who it is, but I cannot imagine two separate bosses are coordinating events with probably less than sophisticated people that you needed to be in those to start with. I don't know how you get through that. Do you have an honest opinion of that?
So I do, and
If I'm wrong, just tell me I'm wrong.
No.
My wife would. I've been told I'm wrong a lot.
mine would tell me the same. She does frequently, because I am. We need to take a strong look with mayors and judges right now who since 1975 have been charged with making these jurisdictional independent decisions. That's the way the Disaster Act was written back in 1975, is that mayors and judges are autonomous and separate from each other. And there's only one place in Chapter 418 where one of their decisions can outrank or supersede the other, and that is in the ordering of an evacuation. If the mayor says, I'm evacuating this part of the community, we all must support that mayor. If a mayor is absent, if a mayor is asleep at the wheel, or if a mayor is not looking out for something larger, the county judge can overrule the mayor's decision in ordering an evacuation, not only of the unincorporated area of the county, but a specific part of that city. That's the only place in state law that I've ever been able to see where one of them can tell the other what to do. Now, if you choose to turn us to look at a different model where, like we see in some states, where the county executive is the one that makes the decision for every jurisdiction in the state, that's a discussion that you should have, and you'll get lots of input on that. I don't think the city of Houston is going to want to do what the county judge wants.
Let me reframe, and maybe I don't have a good grasp of what this EOC setup was. My EOC in Lubbock, Texas is one, all county and city and services are included at one. Now, I don't know, I would assume it is the county judge, I believe, that's designated to kind of run that. So I'm not talking about the evac cost specifically. I'm talking about having a contact for TDEM, DPS, and et cetera designated that's under one umbrella to begin with and not have to wander between the two. Am I missing something in that?
So, Senator, you're not missing anything, but every jurisdiction is a little different. And this is where I've tried to articulate that out of 254 counties and 1,217 cities, only about 480 programs. San Angelo and Tom Green, your jurisdiction, is one interjurisdictional plan. Now, your county emergency manager, I believe, is also your city emergency manager, that one person. But that one person has dual reporting roles under statute back to the county judge and to the mayor and to the city manager. And so, and whoever else on commissioner's court that I believe he's a county employee supports. Different jurisdictions do that differently. San Antonio and Bexar County, two different coordinators, even though they're in the same building. They share a building together, right? But two different coordinators, two different plans. And so across the state, it is a patchwork approach.
Let me ask it, and you can just be as honest as you need to be, which system works best?
It depends. I wish I had a strong answer.
Take the personalities, take the expertise out of it.
Without the personalities.
Okay.
It depends on the jurisdiction.
Then here's what I want you to make sure you do as we move through getting a game plan of standardization, as well as, I'll follow up here in a second. There needs to be one person that is responsible in trying to help you and DPS and all those people. They need to be a go-to, they need to be trained. But I'll follow through. Clearly, we don't know if they were on your 10 o'clock call or not. Clearly, there is no direct interaction from the state that every person that is in that position got what you thought they needed. I know what happened. I'm just speculating. They probably were getting the same weather reports everybody else. 1 to 2 inch rain, sun's up, clouds look good, people are having July 4th and barbecues, and it was that immediate bottleneck that created it. So I'm not faulting them. I'm just saying I think we do have to formalize a connection with you and those guys very clearly. But if you're having to wonder which guy I'm having to formulate that with, that just compounds an already stressful and time compressed limit. So I look forward for you working, and to the members, as we come out with good ideas and we come out with a bill on this. Andrew Parks is my guy. That will be the accumulation of ideas and responses. Chairman King has Megan, I believe.
Yeah,
and so
we should be back.
We'll funnel up a lot of this stuff so we can kind of organize it and cull through and get the duplicity out of it and make it a better product. Real quick here. On the money stuff, you said something that got my attention. It's a different tangent. I won't go there too far. We still have money that the locals have not accessed that they were supposed to from prior disasters from the federal government. I know when I got into Harvey and the funding that was there, I found out that there was 15 years, I think, or 10 years, there's some limit. But there was counties that had been designated money that they have not accessed the money, and it was no for other reason that they just had not gotten around to it. You have monies under your management back to Hurricane Ike. How far Ike is back?
2008, and I'm a fireman. Don't make me do math in public, but that's a long time.
2008. So we still have disaster money and it's really up to the locals to access and pull that down. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, sir.
So there is funding that has been out there that has not been taken advantage of, and that's a frustration I have, and it's stuff that we tried to deal with after Harvey when we figured that out to no avail. The state does, and we will have this water panel for what Texas Water Development Board up in one of the panels today. Their charge is partly to tell us where the state funding is on floods, what infrastructure, what are things that do qualify under that funding bucket, under the Flood Infrastructure Fund, that may be applicable in the next 30 days. We do have a hurricane season. Is there anything we can tap in there to get some things on that we decide are necessary to do? The answer is, I think probably they will be detailed at that. The state has invested about $1.3 billion since 2019. After Harvey, we wrote the state flood plan, and then we put in the infrastructure funding plan. There's about $750 million in the flood infrastructure fund. I'll qualify that. Only about 300 of it is available because 450 has been committed to projects that just not has been dispersed. So in our flood infrastructure funding, someone asked about mitigation. The best mitigation plan is prevention. So one of the things to access that money is you have to be under the state flood plan. I would envision most of these areas would be qualified under the state flood plan. They probably have projects and are underneath it. That said, there is money out there. I don't know where we go or how much is going to be eligible or qualifies, but the state has invested quite a bit. And when we invest quite a bit and we get hazard mitigation fundings that go through GLO, and then we get FEMA monies, and we still have locals that have not taken advantage of it, it's very frustrating. Yes. So we will have that conversation very well. The DPS will be able to share a lot on the interoperability and some of the communication stuff. They showed a platform that did have some connectivity to it. I'm excited about that, but I would just say on that issue, it's going to take a lot of work and a lot of time to get it right. So with that, I turn it over to Chairman King.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chief Kidd, always good to see you. I feel a little bit like deja vu. We've done this all too often.
Yes, sir.
I do always appreciate your work, appreciate your team. I know in the disasters I've worked with you directly before, your team's critical. And one of the things that I do want to get out there that, and I know you push this all the time, you guys will not leave until all the T's are crossed and the I's are dotted, and this documentation for the recovery effort is so important. Would you like to expand on that a little bit? Because I just don't think people who haven't been through one of these and been through the recovery understand if you want to be able to draw that money down, you have to do this right. I just want to give you an opportunity to talk about that.
Yes, sir. Thank you. We're blessed with the work of the Disaster Act of 1975 and subsequent legislatures that allow mayors and county judges and the governor to declare a disaster and exercise extraordinary measure. And one of those key things is to bypass contract and procurement in the time of the disaster. If we need to go buy something, I don't have to go out for formal solicitation for it once the disaster declaration is signed for those communities. And all of that works well right up until the point where this disaster at the state level qualifies for a federal disaster declaration. At that point in time, once the president grants a presidential disaster declaration, no federal law is waived. No federal contractor procurement laws are waived. 2 CFR is enforced down to the very first dollar that we spent at the local level. And that becomes a challenge. So we talked about our roughly 550 employees. There is any given day that we have over 700 auditors under contract that are out working with our local government partners to manage the $23.5 billion portfolio that we talked about earlier, to make sure that those locals are buying and contracting and paying for things in accordance with all federal law. Now, y'all are aware that FEMA is under review right now, and Governor Abbott and I sat on a small group. That is one of the largest things that I'm pushing for right now at the federal level, is to not hold local governments to 2 CFR during disaster. That during disaster, we allow them to follow their local and state contract and procurement laws. Because, Chairman, if we can do that, we can move money faster, we get the right money faster, we still avoid all fraud, waste, and abuse, but we don't slow the disaster recovery, and we get the right money flowing faster to the right jurisdictions. I hope that's where we can get to.
Excellent, excellent. Moving into a little bit of the inoperability, and you and I have had this conversation for years now, and are going to continue to have it through this process and going into next session, I'm sure. One of the things that you've always told me that slows things down when the cavalry gets there, when your team gets there, and all, and not even counting the volunteer problem of coordinating them. I believe your comment in the past has been, on average, it takes about 3 meetings at the command center to get everybody going the same direction. Is that a direct reflection of the interoperability problem?
I don't think interoperability challenges are the sole reason that it takes us about 3 operational periods, and in most cases, an operational period is 12 hours. Mm-hmm. So the event happens. We try to, if we know it's going to be longer than 12 hours, we try to standardize for shift change, work rest cycles to get the right people in. Usually it's the 3rd or 4th operational period that we start to normalize. Communications is one of those reasons that we're not normalized from the beginning, but it's not the only reason.
Right. And I'm not suggesting it's the only reason. I'm just asking, is it part of it?
Yes, absolutely it is.
Okay.
I mean, it's where, and I think some of the stuff that Chairman Perry talked about, you know, the communications platforms that DPS had at one point were TDEM, they were GDEM communications platforms back in the day, and they stayed with the Department of Public Safety. But the capability that's in there can bring those disparate radio systems together and patch them together. That takes time for the resources to get to the location, to not be working long enough to grab the radio, to hook it up to the computer, to make sure that we get the right channels in it so that we can talk to each other, because you can't do that when you're trying to use it in the field. Right. You've got to wait till a shift change in order to make that happen. That's part one. Part two is that's always in the 2nd, 3rd, or 4th operational period. The most critical time of the event is at the beginning of the incident when everybody's coming together, and if I'm not on the same platforms or systems or able to talk at the beginning of the incident, that sets the tone for how long it takes to get everybody on the same page. That's why it's so important to me that we have the capability, as Chairman Martinez talked about, was in the Valley, in their system, they have a valley-wide channel. They can all go to that channel. But if I'm sending people from North Texas down there, they don't always have that channel in their radio until they get there. And if they get there and go to work at the beginning, they don't have it until they get to that 2nd or 3rd operational period.
Understood. And one of the unintended consequences, and I think most of this has been remedied since a few disasters ago that you and I worked on this. But when we made the decision as a legislature to remove TDEM out from under DPS and make it a standalone agency, an unintended consequences is you were denied access to SO channels without a county resolution. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Most counties, I'm assuming, if they know they need the resolution, are giving you access when you and your team show up. But you still have counties out there that TDEM is not allowed on an SO channel. Is that correct?
That is correct.
If was Kirk County did you have SO access in Kirk County?
I think I have one of the channels for Kerr County Sheriff's Office, but not all, and I don't have any for the City of Kerrville PD, and I think we have the county fire channel and fire EMS channel in there.
Which is also You're standing up a command center, is particularly, Chairman, when you're having to work between two, a city and a county, and maybe you have access to one channel in the county, but you have no access to the city. Also leads to that 3 operational periods before the command center stood up and ready to roll, correct?
Yes, sir. And Chairman, people will come behind me and tell you that all of our radios have the interoperability channels in them. They're telling you the truth. They do. What I'm telling you is we don't dispatch and start working the event on the interoperability channel. That starts on a local tactical channel. And if the people coming into that event, and it's not just about the radio system, it's about the management of the event and setting up staging areas so that the right people get to the right place and they can be deployed into that on the right radio channel. There's too many times that we don't have the channel that they start out operating on.
Okay. And you know, to me, the third factor of why it takes 3 operational periods, and I feel just like Chairman Perry. If I'm wrong, just tell me. But in my experience, one of the things we have looked at trying to address with interoperability, going back to your carrot and the stick, if we're going to put money in this and get the locals to buy in, we want the locals to take each other's training, correct?
Yes,
We
sir.
want law enforcement to know what the firefighters are doing. We want firefighters knowing what EMS is doing. And everybody has to be on the same page to access grant funds, and then they get the equipment that allows, you know, when you send TIFMAS up from Houston and they come up here, or to Kirk County or to my neck of the woods in another fire, they're automatically on the right channel. That's the goal, correct?
It is the goal, and the interoperability and the interdisciplinary knowledge, I think, is one of the things that we keep missing. And I'll look at fellow firefighter and brother law enforcement officer over there, and I think I got another one over here somewhere. The first time, I challenge you, the first time we learned what the other discipline does was the first scene we showed up on. Nothing in your initial training or my initial training or your initial training told us what the other 3 disciplines going into that job were going to do when they showed up. That wasn't part of our training. We were trained in our discipline. We weren't trained in what the other people going to that same job were supposed to do, going to do, or not going to do at that job. We learned that in the field. We learned that through on-the-job training. Even today, you can listen to radio traffic across this state. We use the same common words to have different meanings. We got away from 10 codes, supposedly. Some still use them. But we got away from the 10 codes because my 1010 was different than your 1010 and different than your 1010. But even today, the common language or the common platform without standardization, without a framework, and without training has different meanings. I'll give you an example. Charge the line. Pretty plain English. What does it mean? To a firefighter, I'm going to put water in the hose. Charge the line. To a peace officer, I think somebody's getting ready to meet them face to face. To an accountant, I'm asking what index code I'm supposed to use. To an electrician, there's energy coming through the line. Even charge the line. Those 3 simple words have various different meanings to the individuals of the discipline. And only when we standardize the training across disciplines will we have common understanding.
So essentially, if we're going to fund a true interoperability, and listen, I understand SWCC works great with DPS, and I'm like, you know, Senator Perry, I saw some really cool things at the command center going on with that I think we need to implement and bring into other disciplines. But about 89% of our great state is covered by volunteer departments. And they're not going to have the access to that technology or the money to do it. So standing up an interoperability council and a grant program, truly, obviously the carrot's the money. We allow these small departments to buy into technology they'd otherwise never be able to afford, but they have to take the training to know how to use it,
Yes.
and they have to understand what their counterparts are doing. Would you say that is a correct plan?
I would think that would be an ideal model.
Thank you, sir. Last thing I just want to talk about, and you hit on it just a little bit, and we deal with this all the time, FEMA. You know, years ago in the hurricanes in Louisiana, and we saw all the trailer houses. We saw all that. And I know from the disasters I've worked, unless we have $54 million worth of damage to government infrastructure, that FEMA isn't coming. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And the $54 million threshold is only for taxpayer-funded infrastructure, correct?
That is correct.
So anything that can have private insurance or privately owned doesn't count toward the threshold.
That is correct.
When you're having these meetings with changing how FEMA works, is there a discussion of lowering our $54 million threshold to get us? I know we're a bigger state, and I know we're a bigger economy, and we have more disasters. But is there any discussion of lowering that threshold to somewhere close to where our neighbors are?
Chairman, just the opposite. The conversation is around increasing that threshold.
Okay, that's encouraging. But two, you know, while we say and we know that FEMA that we've seen on TV come to other states isn't coming to Texas, but that FEMA designation for other funds that are available, such as FSA, you have to have that FEMA designation to qualify for those things. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So part of your job and part of what your team does, working along with AgriLife and so many others, is making sure we don't screw up the paperwork and get cut out of the designation.
That's right.
Which brings me to my last point. You know, we have the disaster, we have the response and the cleanup. Are we preparing for the cleanup of the cleanup? When all the volunteers leave and all the materials are left and the locals are there, and there's going to be thousands of cases of water, boxes of clothes, canned goods, stuff that the locals are going to be tasked with figuring out what to do with. I know that's not necessarily TDEM, that's more AgriLife. I just want to make sure that somebody is coordinating that effort at the state level to help because the recovery from the recovery is just as challenging in some ways.
Yes, sir.
And so I don't know if you have an answer to that yet, and maybe that's an AgriLife question for a future hearing. But
no, I do, and it is a joint venture between what AgriLife and the DAR agents do and what our volunteer organizations do, and then working with the food banks and some of the other nonprofits to be able to take those resources to offload them from the jurisdiction that has too many of them and needs something to do with them. I mean, it is the third disaster, as we talked about, the event, the volunteers, and the donations.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. All right. Well, Chief, once again, thanks.
Thank you.
We'll be talking a lot more. Thank you.
Chief, in Sanslow, I had this brief conversation. I keep reminding people it was a hard lesson after Harvey because I just assumed there is no federal dollars. There may be some down the road. Harvey had an element of this, but contrary to what the general public would think, is there's no state or federal dollars to build houses with minimum exception. Is that a fair statement?
Senator, I believe that to be a fair statement. There is nothing that our agency has to do that with. That is correct.
And
I'm not aware of others.
I know as these people are looking out and seeing everything they had, what surprised me is there was literally concrete foundations moved. I've never seen an event where it literally moved the foundation and destroyed that. So it's just amazing, the power of that water. But sad truth for a lot of people that are standing around today going, well, I wonder when the government's going to step in. Because, but here's the shining silver lining. There are NGOs that are actually rebuilding homes.
Yes, sir.
From private donor money. That is smart leverage if there ever is a conversation from a governmental entity to help. But one, I think, had already committed to staying in Sangelo for till August 31st. Now, to Sangelo's credit, you were there. I was there. Representative Darby was there. Within a couple of days, they had a large majority of those homes. There were 1,700 structures. I don't remember how many were homes. Already sheetrocked where the water line was out. The debris was on the street. They had already contracted in pre-advance of the disaster with the debris removal.
Gold standard.
They're moving the debris out as we speak, and the NGOs that are committed to stay there and help rebuild homes are really starting probably months ahead of what most communities would do. So, but that just goes to show the goodness of people that shows up. But I just put that out there because I think that's a shock to a lot of people, and throw it out there. So thank you for your service. Appreciate you being here. Actually, we cut it off 30 minutes before I thought we'd get through with you. So you've had a good day.
I had a great day.
It's not
Thank
bad.
you all for your help.
Appreciate you. All right, Chair calls up next panel. Colonel Freeman Martin, Texas Department of Public Safety. Colonel Ron Vanderost with Texas Parks and Wildlife Department. Carl Johnson with the Texas Department of Transportation, and Connie Corona with the Public Utility Commission of Texas. So Colonel Martin, Colonel Vanderost, Roost, Carl Johnson, and Connie Corona. Colonel Martin, we'll start with you, and we'll move this direction, and you've got as long as you need to tell us what you got going. I was down in your command center, or Joint Command Center, and your guys are still very active and very involved and doing great things, and I appreciate your service.
As do I. I was there Monday as well, and it's an impressive operation. And one of the things I hope you're going to address, when I was talking to your team in there, and they were showing all the modeling that you're doing, showing how the water came down and where the search trail is, 122 river miles. I would like to, I know we can't do it while you still have an active investigation, but I hope you can make some of that modeling available to the committee as we go forward. It really lays it out about what your challenges have been and what started it.
And before you get started, I want to tell the members, and again, I didn't think in these terms, but they know where someone was prior to losing them. And I think, as of that day, the furthest one that had been found was 18 or 19 miles from that location. But the aspect I thought that they presented was, we want to be able to tell people where their loved one was, and they've got that mapped on the graph. So it's pretty...
It's impressive.
For memorial purposes, for grieving purposes, but they could tell you where every one of the 135 folks were located and from where they started from. Interesting technology, great platform. I'm going to go ahead and say it. I don't normally name people just because I should name everybody if I name one, but Miller, your guy on the ground there, was phenomenal resource. I forgot what he told me his thesis in, but the guy is extremely smart, and the way he's put that software platform together to log all of those things was impressive. So.
Chairman, members, Chairman, Freeman Martin with the Texas Department of Public Safety. I can tell you that I have been the colonel of DPS for about 8 months, and been with the agency 35 years, and I've never been more proud to work with the men and women of the Department of Public Safety. And looking at this event, we've been through a lot of disasters, mass casualty events, and every one of them, you go back and look at things that we could have done better. This is no exception. But the work and some of the conversation with Chief Kidd about putting egos aside and doing the right thing and coming together, I can tell you that the police chief in Kerrville and the sheriff, Larry Letha, and the fire chief could not have been better. Every event is different. Sutherland Springs, I was the incident commander, and the sheriff, it was his event. He took a step back and said he knew a lot of the people that were impacted by the tragedy. He said, y'all have got this. And we took it over. I was the incident commander. The Texas Rangers worked it with support of FBI and locals. This was different. The locals were in charge, and they're very competent. They're understaffed, they're underfunded, and they needed experts like our SOG captain, John Miller, to come in and take control of some of these things. And that's what we did in the response. We had several hundred people from the Department of Public Safety respond. And everybody knows what troopers and agents and rangers do. There were so many other things that, voids that needed to be filled. And early on in this response, every time I went to Kerrville, almost every day, I heard a different story from somebody
outside the department about things that went well. That initial morning, we had 5 helicopters respond. And before I move on, we just finished the legislative session. In this session, we had a lot of conversations with Dr. Bonin, Senator Huffman, Schwartner left about finances and why do we need 6 replacement helicopters. Well, the first day of this flood, we had 5 that had hoist capabilities respond. They did so many things that I didn't know until 3 weeks later. So Friday, I was in Hunt, Texas, talking to the fire chief, and he tells me a story about he was flooded in. He was on an island. He lives up high. He came down the hill. It was flooded. It's still raining. The storm is still happening, and there's helicopters circling around where there's a storm where they couldn't get in to where they needed to be. As soon as they got a gap, they came in, and he told a story about a lady, he guessed she was late 70s, early 80s, who was 30 feet up in a treetop, and she was out on a limb, and she was away from the trunk, so she's holding onto a twig. And how that DPS helicopter swooped in with a hoist crew chief that was lowered, grabbed her, latched on, moved her, lowered her to safety so the first responders could get to her and took off to the next one. And every time you go, you hear a story like that you haven't heard. So you don't realize the impact of, you can't buy a helicopter for every local agency, for every city. And sometimes at DPS we feel greedy because we're asking for more. When you look at, we were able to move from Houston, San Antonio, and Austin to this Kerrville area and have 5 on scene that morning. There's no telling, they saved dozens of lives. Even our helicopters that weren't hoist capable would land and load victims on there, potential victims, and transport them out. Even later that evening, when the water receded, there were a lot of camp members where there's several hundred. They were trapped, no risk of danger, but they were, no electricity, no food, no water, and we were able to land and provide them with food and water and security for the night until they could be evacuated that next morning. And you get kind of tricky. So you say that we saved hundreds and hundreds. There's 950 plus kids at these camps that were, a lot of them, I would say they were evacuated and not rescued because they were no longer in danger. We had to wait for the water to go down for high water vehicles to go in or boat teams or a large helicopter to load them on and transport them out. We benefit from 4 years of working border operations. When you talk about radio interoperability and working with our partners, I can tell you that when Texas DPS and Parks and Wildlife and the Texas Military Department show up, it's seamless. The communications, when we deploy Zodiac boat teams, and we have to divert some to go to Burnett County, Williamson County, to Tom Green, wherever they go, TMD will detach a group of high water vehicles and soldiers to go with them. And the drone teams, the aircraft, working with Parks and Wildlife and their aircraft unit, and the Zodiac boats, the search and rescue teams, it's seamless. But it really takes somebody like you mentioned, John Miller, that has a common operating picture and is able to take TAC and get all of these first responders on the same platform where you can track where they're at and what they're doing. And it seems very simple. You're going to show up and you're going to search and rescue. But if you have a lot of people go to one area, and then you got to look at the river. It takes a hard right, and that water, that force is going to bank left. There's a lot of debris. You got to go higher up on the hill, places where you didn't expect water to be, but you go up there and there's fish and trees and water. Well, then now you got to back up and search that area. So then that area, clearing that debris will take hours and hours and hours. So what they would do is they would leapfrog with another team to start their working downward. At the same time, they were able to deploy teams down to Canyon Lake area to work up for anything that we might have missed during those first early morning hours. So many success stories, and I don't really know. We got 13 divisions that worked on this, and I got a printout of the response, what they did, what we can do better, suggestions for improvement, and it would take 4 hours to go through all of that. But I can tell you some of the needs that you don't think about is our intelligence and counterterrorism analyst. When we deployed them early on, and I got to say this, we had a local ranger. So just like most counties in Texas, we had a sergeant area in Kerrville. So we have a highway patrol sergeant, 10 troopers, and a local ranger. They were the first ones to respond early morning hours with the sheriff's department, police department. Our local ranger could not have been better in coordinating this unified command post, getting them together, working with the JP through some of these issues, working with the family members. But early on, he identified a need for communications operators and intelligence analysts. We sent every one of these positions, they have a full-time job. And a lot of them are 8 to 5 Monday through Friday. But we pull these teams together, and they work with the same adrenaline and sense of urgency as our troopers and agents and rangers doing the rescues. They showed up, and they took control that first day when we were working with TDEM. The governor was there, lieutenant governor was there. We're in a big command room with the sheriff and police chief and fire chief, and we're talking about next steps. What do we need to do now? And we were just bombarded with calls of missing persons. We set up a reunification center for the known children that were alive and well, that we just need to reunite them with their families. We set up a separate center for those that were unknown that we were searching for, so we didn't commingle families, and some get to sit there and see others reunited when they're sitting on the edge of their seat. And we set up a couple of phone numbers, one for people that if you suspect somebody in your family, a loved one, a family friend, whatever, is missing, that you could call this line. Real quickly, that number grew to over 800. It was overwhelming for the Kerrville Police Department that was managing that. We brought in this team, and they were able to work through that list, some really smart analysts that have access to every database that there is made to law enforcement. And with that was some local investigators from the Sheriff's Department, Police Department, and Texas Rangers that could make decisions on these. And what we found real quickly with these really smart analysts was go through and deconflict. A lot of people were on the list multiple times. All the information that was recorded in the initial phone call, some of those were questionable. They were at the river. Well, they would call back, what river were they at? It turns out they were in New Braunfels or Fredericksburg and not even at the river in Kerrville. Others were reported missing, entire families. Well, then they showed up the next day and nobody bothered to call back to the missing person hotline. So they continually worked this list, and we got it down to, I believe, 161 before one of the press conferences, and we released that number, and it was really a shock and awe to the public. That number was 800 plus, and it's just as the list got smaller, it got harder and harder and harder. Some people didn't use cell phones. Some people don't answer when they get a call from a number they don't recognize. We had to send troopers to knock on doors. Some were out of state. And a lot of these local police officers, Sheriff's Department, or state police from Arkansas, wherever they knock on the door and the family is home and alive and well. So we were able to get that down to, I believe, 16 very quickly. And then other issues that we had in this was the identifying some of the deceased after a few days. So a lot of the deceased were on the missing person list, and that number stayed at, I think, 16 for a while before we were able to get it down. I'm happy to report this morning it's down to 2. There was an adult female that was recovered yesterday, positively identified, and so now we have one child from Camp Mystic, and we have one adult male. I mentioned the identifying the deceased. We ran into a lot of issues, and we've been through this multiple times. We learned after the first couple of days the sheriff called and needed some help with the families. We embedded a Texas Ranger with the families and one of our public information officers, a PIO, and that was the best thing we could have ever done. I got more positive feedback from them for doing that than anything else. But the Texas Rangers were able to identify 116 deceased in a 2-week period. That's really unheard of, but that's what they do. They work violent crimes. They try to identify bodies on cold cases. We work very closely with the University of Texas, UNT, and their program. They've got a great program called the Center for Human Identification. They are the nationwide experts. When other states recover a body that's decomposed, that's where they send it. And we also work with Texas State and anthropologists over there. But when you think of 116 people, and we talked about some of the medical examiner offices, Bexar County, Travis County, I can tell you even these ME's offices were great to work with the Rangers. They don't have 24/7 personnel, but they worked 24/7. And some of those, I know personally that they don't get overtime, but they answered the call at 2 o'clock in the morning, working with our rangers and getting samples. So an example is the first couple of days, a nuclear DNA that you can take with a buccal swab is a very quick way to identify these. If you've got a good sample from the victim and you can get from the mom or the dad a buccal swab, nuclear DNA is great. But after about 2 days, what the water does to the human body is not good. The DNA is decomposed, the bodies are discolored, the gases in the body, they bloat, they're very hard to identify visually, and then nuclear DNA is not possible. We need mitochondrial DNA. Well, now that takes an autopsy. You need deep tissue, you need bone, you need teeth, and then you got to get the known samples, and you've got to get that to UNT, and it's a longer process. I can tell you the sense of urgency that they worked with. UNT shut down all cases and worked nothing but Kerrville. The Travis County Medical Examiner's Office, same thing. They were phenomenal in the Bexar counties. But we had rangers on standby that every time we had an unidentified that was delivered, to collect those samples, to get them to San Antonio on an airplane and take them in bulk to UNT. And within 24, 36 hours, they had every one of them identified. But on the other side, we had to have the known samples from family members. Mitochondrial DNA is from the mother only. So some of those we had to travel out of state and get other states to collect DNA from the mother of the victim for comparison. So when you think about our aircraft and the response and the recovery and the hoist helicopters, there's a whole other piece with the fixed wing. And we worked those, identification of those bodies with the same sense of urgency as we did the recovery of these victims. So just a ton of work. I can't say enough about Parks and Wildlife. I have never seen them show up in force so quickly. I don't know if they were pre-staged or what, but they had boats everywhere that really allowed us to divert some boats to other counties, specifically Burnett County, an operation up there. When you talk about this system that hit Kerrville, and how quickly it was. In other areas, it was different. Williamson County, I got a call from the sheriff. The river was rising. They had forewarning. They needed some help from troopers. They evacuated neighborhoods, and it worked exceptional. I believe they had one house was swept away, and they had they lost three. They had 3 victims out of that storm. But without a doubt, their response saved lives, but they had warning that it was coming. A lot of talk about the radio interoperability. And I am not the expert. We do have experts. I can tell you that I recently got a new radio. It's a P25. It has dual SIMs. I can be anywhere in the state, and I can talk on the radio. And if there's no tower for the radio, it is the dual SIM changed over to cell service, and you can talk just like you're on the radio with the radio tower. Very clear, very concise. I was in my office with the antenna off, and I was talking to DPS Communications in Amarillo, just as clear as day. There's even newer technology now, so if you're in parts of the state where there is not cell service, that it goes from the radio to satellite service. I think they're expensive radios. I know the governor has a grant program. I think it's underfunded, but if there was some way to require and y'all touched on all the talking points earlier. You not just have the technology, you got to know how to use it. You got to go, law enforcement, we're the worst. Give me a new radio and I can talk on one channel, but I'm deployed to another part of the state. Somebody's got to tell me how to use it. But DPS is fair. There's nowhere in the state that we can't talk to our local partners. I think even in Kerrville, they just changed from one system. They went to a Gator trunk system recently. And we were able, with our new radios, to do a plug-in to where we switched over. So it doesn't matter if they're on an analog, a digital, or a digital trunk, or a mixed mode. Our radios are compatible where we can program them to that area. In the border operations for the last 4 years, we can communicate with the locals, the feds, and all the state agencies with no issues. So it's doable. I think it's expensive, and I think we have some experts that can work with the legislature and TDEM and our other teams to come up with something that is doable. But there's like I said, I'm not the expert with that. Chairman, I hit on a lot of things. there's a lot of things that went very well. There's a lot of resources that we deployed that will never get credit. They don't want credit. We worked in support of the locals. I can't say enough about them and their professionalism, welcoming us with open arms. Everything we did, you know, we bring the Army. When something like this happens, we bring the resources. We had several hundred DPS employees there just the next day. And some of the stuff that, in addition to the search, the rescue, the recovery, we escorted, we blocked roadways, we set up the command and control, media and communications, technical support, liaison with the families, the victim identification, and even today, I think we have 300 plus DPS employees assigned to the Kerrville. We'll continue to work with family members and some things I don't want to talk about in a public hearing, but they had needs beyond. I mean, there's funeral services going on and things today that we're assisting these family members with. And our federal partners, I will say this, that some of our SACs, the Special Agent in Charge of FBI, HSI, and DEA, they reach out, and so now their search efforts are really done, but they still want to help. And they find out, you know, we have some security concerns in certain areas, and they are overwhelmingly supportive in sending their FBI agents to fill a gap so we can pull off CID agents or troopers to do something different. So a lot of things went very well. There's things that we definitely, there's things that we can, there's looking at some of the recommendations for improvement, there's many things that we can do that don't take funding from this legislature. There's a few that do, that if we could expand on our laboratory capabilities for mitochondrial DEA, we need some space, we need a few FTEs. But internally, when there's an event, we move helicopters and we move boats and stuff like that. But there are many things we can do on the front end to better respond, not wait to send the analyst and the crime lab teams. There's technology out there, the biometrics, the identification. In any mass casualty event, identification of the victims is a priority. There's technology out there with the iris scans. You know, when I talked about the nuclear DNA, the decomposing after a couple of days is no good. The iris scans of the eyes is good up to 30 days. It's the same technology you use with a cell phone for your facial recognition or your eye scans that I think is captured by TDCJ, and there's mobile devices. You know, if that was a requirement for driver license, of course the 10 prints, we don't have those, but we have a thumbprint in the DLS database, but they're not searchable. We were able to work with some software to identify 35 counties where most of these victims were from, and rather than having to do a one-to-one comparison, so if you think this is a certain person, you can download their DLS file and get that thumbprint and try to do a comparison. If it's early on, you know, later on with the slippage and stuff, that's not possible. But we were able to identify many in the first few days using that technology, and then spinning up some of this new technology where it's searchable from one to many rather than a one-to-one comparison. And we even flew our crime lab specialist from Austin to Houston to a funeral home. For a couple of them, we had some issues with the death certificate with the Justice of the Peace. He would not sign off and wanted additional confirmation. And we flew a team up there, and they were able to get that thumbprint. We had a good idea of it was one of 20 people, and we're able to compare doing a one-to-one with each one of those and get them identified. But there's technology. If you're a criminal, it's easy. If you've been in TDCJ and you have the iris scan, or if you have the 10 prints on file, you can run them through APHIS is what we used to call it. I think it's called something different now, but you can search 1 to millions and get them identified. But if it's a kid or if it's somebody that is not a criminal, all we have is a thumbprint, or we have to do the DNA process. So moving forward, we do have some recommendations that we would propose. At the end of the day, we're going to implement what you pass. We're going to work with what you provide us. And all I can tell you is that y'all have provided us with much. This last session with the additional commissioned FTEs, like I said, we don't have anybody sitting around waiting to be deployed. They're already working. One thing that worked well in this incident was this was a holiday weekend, Operation Motorside. We don't have days off in DPS on holidays. So everybody was working anyway. We just gutted certain parts of the state and flooded them to other areas for support, and we leave minimum staffing in these other areas. That's why it's so important for us to be properly staffed, so we don't, make West Texas less safe when we pull a bunch of troopers, agents, and rangers out and deploy them to a different part of the state for a month or 2 months or 6 months or to the border for 4 years. That maintaining our staffing levels are critical, maintaining our aircraft is critical, and then the expertise with these intelligence analysts or special operation guys, and then our troopers are always the first there. They're the first one to block a roadway when we're getting TxDOT en route, so we don't have somebody drive into that. And that was several of our casualties in this incident was exactly that, especially in Burnett County where a fire chief drove into the water. And I can tell you, having in Burnett, the police chief in Kerrville was coming down from his house responding, and he saw something in the roadway, and he thought it was an animal. He hits the brakes, he gets out trying to figure out what it was. It was the water. He was trapped. If he had drone into that water, he'd have been washed away. So our troopers are the first ones to show up and block that roadway until we get TxDOT out there with barricades and shut it down and save lives. I'll leave it at that. I kind of rambled on, and I'll answer any questions.
No, thank you. I'd just say get those recommendations in a written format to all the committee members. I'm sure there'll be questions about what those specifics are. Go ahead, sir. Mr. Johnson. Or I'm sorry, Vanderroost.
Ron Vanderoost.
I said it right. Okay. It's good to see you. And I
Good to
saw
see you.
y'all's recap, and it was phenomenal.
Yeah.
Of y'all's activity during that event.
Yes, sir. Again, Ron Vanderoost, Division Director for Law Enforcement, Texas Parks and Wildlife. Members, thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today to discuss Texas Parks and Wildlife's role in disaster preparedness and response, specifically regarding our recent operations during the catastrophic flooding. I'll offer a few recommendations to further strengthen our ability to respond effectively to future natural disasters. Before, again, I'd like to echo Colonel Martin's sentiments. I've been working natural disasters in the state of Texas for 25 years, and I've responded to every single one. And I will tell you this, the heroism from the first responders that occurred in this event was second to none. Second to none. I was proud to work along every fireman, police officer, trooper, and game warden that existed out there because everybody was focused on one thing, and that was saving lives. And it was an unbelievable act to see, and I was on scene early that morning. So, unbelievable, second to none in Texas. TPWD plays a critical role in Texas's statewide disaster response framework, primarily through the Law Enforcement Division. Led by Texas game wardens, TPWD is in the frontline response agency for natural disasters, including hurricanes, floods, wildfires, and other large-scale emergencies. The defining strength of Texas game wardens is the specialized dual role and capabilities that we have. We're fully commissioned peace officers with statewide jurisdiction and also highly trained and highly equipped to perform a wide range of search and rescue operations. This dual function allows game wardens to operate with agility, speed, and precision in both law enforcement and life-saving capabilities, especially in rapidly evolving, high-risk environments such as flash floods. Our law enforcement division includes over 500 Texas game wardens strategically deployed across the state and trained in all hazard responses. These highly capable personnel are equipped with four-wheel drive vehicles, UTVs, a fleet of watercraft, including a number of swiftwater rescue teams and boats. We have hoist-capable helicopters, K-9 units, unmanned aerial systems, dive teams, and tactical search teams as well. These resources allow Texas game wardens to rapidly respond statewide, deploying scalable teams tailored to the needs of each incident. Whether enforcing evacuations, rescuing Texans in imminent danger, or supporting local and state public safety partners. Additionally, the safety of our state park visitors is one of our high priorities. Each park maintains site-specific emergency plans designed to mitigate weather-related threats, such as flash flooding. TPWD staff monitor data, alerts from the National Weather Service, the Division of Emergency Management, local river authorities, and the historical models that exist for each individual state park to follow emergency protocol plans. As Central Texas faced increasing flood threats in early July, game wardens initiated proactive measures. On July 3rd, game wardens began staffing the operations center in Austin and immediately, in coordination with TDEM, staged swiftwater teams in the anticipation of severe weather along the Guadalupe, Concho, and San Gabriel River basins. By July 4th, as flash flooding intensified, TPWD deployed robust quick reaction forces within hours and were on scene. Over 169 game wardens and 200 specialized assets were on the ground and conducting active searches in the Kerrville area. Our teams operated across the Guadalupe, Concho, Colorado, and San Gabriel River systems, responding to multiple communities impacted by water that was rising and dangerous issues that were ensuing. In total, during this response, we deployed 375 game wardens across the state to actively look and search and rescue. 475 assets, including trucks, ATVs, boats, helicopters, K-9 units, were all engaged during this process. We categorized 33 imminent life-saving events that occurred during this. That includes hoist operations and swiftwater rescue boats that have not taken action. There would definitely been loss of life. In addition, we clocked 434 evacuations that were conducted, to include a large portion of Camp Mystic. And to date, we still have ongoing assistance in many of those flood-affected communities. In parallel, our State Parks Division personnel executed safety protocols in 10 state parks, coordinating road closures, evacuations, and public safety messaging. To ensure TPWD remains a capable and agile force into the future, working disasters with the increasing flood intensities that we're seeing across Texas, there's a few recommendations we would like to consider. The first and foremost is the additional game wardens that we would need. In order us to maintain the reaction force is going to take additional game wardens to be able to sustain and maintain a response process. We're very fortunate that the legislature has us 2 hoist-capable helicopters, but as everybody knows, with an aviation unit with helicopters, it takes 3. That's one that's in maintenance, one that's going into maintenance, and one that's capable. We were very fortunate in this particular incident that we had 2 helicopters that were in serviceable status and immediately responded to the Kerrville area to begin search and rescue operations. And additionally, it takes money. These boats that are used during these search and rescue operations, these aren't ideal climates and conditions, and they get wore out and torn up and will need to be replaced. The investments would not only bolster Texas Game Warden's disaster readiness, but also enhance Texas's overall emergency response infrastructure. TPWD is proud to serve as a trusted partner in the state's disaster response system. The dedication of game wardens during these July 4th floods reflects the commitment to public safety, resilience, and service. As always, we appreciate the continued support of the legislature, and game wardens stand by to assist for the next natural disaster. Thank you for your time. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, sir. All right, Carl.
Good afternoon. Chairman Perry, Chairman King, members of the committees. For the record, my name is Carl Johnson. I serve as the Chief Engineer for Texas Department of Transportation. Thank you for the opportunity to address these 2 committees about TxDOT's emergency operations and flood response. Members, you should have a copy of the presentation I'll be speaking from this afternoon. With the chair's permission, I'd like to begin.
Okay. Thank you very much. Connie, Corona? Oh, okay, wait a minute. Do what? Oh, I'm sorry. I thought we were having technical difficulty. 1 second. All right, Carl. I think everybody's. Oh. She's got it. Oh, your presentation is on the screen as well.
Ready?
Oh, I'm ready when you.
Yes, sir, thank you. I'll begin on slide number 2. TxDOT plays a critical support role in disaster relief before, during, and after floods. Our operations involve assessing road conditions, clearing debris, repairing damaged infrastructure, providing detour information to the public, and providing emergency communications through dynamic message signs and media. TxDOT's #1 priority is enhancing public safety. To address this goal, we must prepare and maintain infrastructure before, during, and after flood events. On slide 3, I highlight some of TxDOT's operations before and during floods. TxDOT monitors weather conditions, low water crossings, and at-risk state roads. We also post warnings and detours using mobile road signs and dynamic message signs, and we work with local media regarding communication. TxDOT is part of the State Operations Center and works closely with relevant state agencies, including Texas Division of Emergency Management and the Federal Emergency Management Agency, as well as with local governments through TxDOT district operations. This collaboration is accomplished through coordination amongst emergency operations centers and fulfilled through State of Texas assistance requests, which are submitted by county judge or their designee. TxDOT also assists in planning for large-scale disasters. You can also see that TxDOT strives to inform the public in real time. Public communication is a key factor during a natural disaster. TxDOT uses drivetexas.org to provide close to real-time, accurate, and up-to-date travel-related information, including state road closures and water-covered roadways. Slide 4 highlights TxDOT's recovery operations, where staff inspect roadways, bridges, culverts, and other assets to assess damages. TxDOT also begins clearing roadways of debris to restore access to first responders and the traveling public. Upon inspection, TxDOT will also begin emergency repairs to roads and bridges, and in certain situations, issue emergency contracts for repair of roadways and bridges damaged by the disaster. As you can see on slide 5, 85 on-system state roads and bridges were impacted by the recent flood event. 35 roads were closed due to flooding. This included damage to signage, pavement, and bridges, with one bridge on Ranch to Market 1431 at Cow Creek being completely washed away. Slides 6 and 7 provide an overview of TxDOT coordination efforts during this recent event, including having TxDOT staff at the State Operations Center. Nearly 900 TxDOT personnel attended to disaster needs and collaborated with state agencies, local governments, and our other 25 TxDOT districts. Response measures included restoring State Highway 39, assisting in clearing roads for rescue efforts at FM 1340 in Kirk County, conducting pavement repairs, assessing damages with drones, and bridge inspection teams. We have issued emergency repair contracts as needed, and we've deployed contractors for debris removal operations. By July the 9th, TxDOT had completed initial repairs. So that one was RM 1431 in Travis County. On slide 8, as noted, one state bridge at Cow Creek, RM 1431, was washed out due to the flooding. TxDOT has cleared the debris and designed a new bridge. Reconstruction began this past Monday and is expected to be completed within 60 days. Slide 9 provides a few examples of TxDOT's ongoing after-action items to further improve our ability to respond to natural disasters, specifically flash flooding. We are assessing future priorities for capital improvements to protect and preserve vulnerable infrastructure like low water crossings, bridges, and roads susceptible to increased stormwater impacts. Slide 10 and 11 include pictures of the flood's impact and response of TxDOT and our partners. Our final slide, slide 12, represents one of TxDOT's new safety campaigns, Drive Like a Texan, which focuses on kind, courteous, and safe driving. The campaign reminds everyone in Texas to treat one another with kindness, respect, and a neighborly spirit. As I close, I would like to take a moment to recognize the dedication and hard work of the women and men of TxDOT who are called upon all hours of the day and night, 365 days a year, across the state to respond to disasters and emergencies. Without them, TxDOT could not address its top priority of safety. With that, Chairman and members, I thank you for your support and opportunity to be here with you today. I'm happy to address any questions.
Thank you very much. We'll be back to questions shortly. Now, Connie Corona.
Thank you. Good afternoon, members. Connie Corona. I'm the Executive Director of the Public Utility Commission. I'd like to begin on behalf of everyone at the PUC by extending our deepest condolences to all of our fellow Texans who were affected by the floods in the Hill Country. I also want to recognize the vital work of our state and local partners, including my fellow panel members, in the tremendous response and recovery efforts that followed. PUC is honored to provide support for the many boots-on-the-ground responders that you're hearing from today. PUC is a member of the Texas Emergency Management Council that you heard described by Chief Kidd, and we are the lead agency for Emergency Support Function 12, Energy. We coordinate with TDEM, utilities in an affected area, and local officials to monitor electric outages, assess restoration times, and to coordinate communication between local officials and the utilities. This is especially important when outages affect critical infrastructure, like water treatment facilities, or in the case of the recent floods, a substation that went offline after taking on significant water. As you may be aware, TCEQ is responsible for monitoring water quality issue related to disasters and issuing boil water notices, but PUC works closely with TCEQ throughout each event. For this event, PUC's activation began with statewide monitoring calls that we've previously discussed on July 3rd, and we reported to the State Operations Center immediately upon request the following morning, July 4th. Over the course of the flood event, the electric outages peaked at 5,400 customers in Kerr County, primarily due to damage at the LCRA Hunt substation that I mentioned a moment ago. Thanks to coordinated efforts with the Kerrville Public Utility Board and LCRA, most customers were restored by July 5th, and full restoration was completed by July 8th. This disaster was different from many others that have had widespread impacts on utility services, but we've stood ready to support TDEM and our emergency management partners as needed. I'm happy to take your question.
Thank you very much. Members, I don't see anybody lit up yet. Senator Flores.
Thank you very much. I guess I'm my chair right now,
Yes,
so
sir.
you are. Well, then I need to recognize someone else instead of myself.
Well, you're in the chair, but I think we'll move to Representative Johnson.
That'll work.
Thank you, Chairman King. I appreciate the recognition of what was done well, but I think this select committee is formed because 137 people are dead, including a number of 8-year-old little girls out of a camp. And while I don't think anybody wants to point fingers, I do think we want the most honest assessment of what went wrong. And so I appreciate, Mr. Johnson, the recognition of what you do to close roads, but I'd like to know why the chief of police drove into a road of water without the proper state agency having done their job in that area.
Thank you, ma'am. So TxDOT,
Please, just before you start, please just state your name one more time, since we're going back and forth.
okay, I'm Carl Johnson, TxDOT,
Thank you, sir.
Chief Engineer. So you're asking why TxDOT?
This is not a normal hearing. This is not a normal attaboy of the agencies and what went right. This is a hearing to try to figure out how 137 people died and why we've been convened. And so I appreciate that the agencies can function in an appropriate manner. I think our honest, genuine question that the families across Texas are demanding is, what do we need to do better or what went wrong? So when we're presented with a slide that says we monitor roadway conditions and close them, and not 5 minutes earlier heard that a chief of police in that neighborhood drove into the water and almost got washed away, as you said, then something there went wrong.
Yes,
And so I
ma'am.
would just want to be honest to the moment.
Right.
So what do you need from us? What went wrong? Why didn't you close the road? Did you not have the proper monitoring system? Did you not have the proper radar system? Were we not getting the data of what's actually happening in real time? Did we not know where the flood of water down the river was going to interact with our public highways that people are going to drive on? What went wrong that we didn't block off timely?
Yes, so I think one thing that we have identified that would be very helpful is more meteorological information about road conditions to know where that impact is going to hit. And we're continuing to assess all the low water crossings and try to come up with ways to identify and understand where that water is going to be, when it's going to be there, so that we could try to get teams out in front of that. It's a constant assessment of looking back on what we did, what we didn't do, and then just trying to do better on the next event.
Do we have the proper flood gauges or rain gauges in the areas that we know and anticipate water's going to flow out of this area, and it's going to hit these tributaries or rivers or creeks, and it's ultimately going to end up here? Can you, as the Department of Transportation, tell us that you have the proper monitoring equipment in these floodplains that we know are prone to flash flooding, that we're not waiting on somebody in the weather to make a prediction of what might happen tomorrow, but do we have the real-time data that says, boy, you guys underestimated, we're actually getting this flow, we're actually at this peak, and do we have the data along that route to give the proper warning so that you can get to a camp to get a bunch of little girls out of it?
Right. So we try to use some data that's out there that we don't own, that are on stream beds and stream crossings. We do have some high water warning systems on a few places in the state where we have a sensor in the creek right there at the structure where the vehicle would drive across, and then we do have some lights that go off if that water gets to a certain level. I don't have it widespread statewide. That is a program that we are looking to expand and try to make our footprint bigger, trying to utilize stream gauges that are out there that others have provided is something that we try to do and are looking into more so that we can do what you're asking. I think your point is very valid, and that is something that we are working on, yes.
I hope you can give us the most genuine and honest assessment of where you need what clearly we did not have in this moment from any of these agencies. I appreciate the recognition of what you guys acknowledge of what may have gone right after the fact, but our responsibility is to ask the tough questions and ask you guys to do the self-reflection and evaluation to tell us what is not currently available that needs to be available to save people's lives in the future.
Absolutely. Happy to be a part of that discussion.
Thank you.
The chair recognizes Senator Menendez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Johnson, so under my understanding is that TxDOT's post-emergency response includes your responsibility to assess damage, remove, clean up debris. So on the bridge that was washed out and you're getting it repaired, one of the questions is obviously you had funds to get it under construction right away. Just to follow up on Representative Johnson's concern, if you had the funds for that, what would keep us from funding those stream water gauges? Because in these low water crossings that are in rural Texas, because in urban Texas, I mean, most of the time it's a police officer comes up and we know where the low water crossings are, and they'll put the lights out until a crew comes out, Public Works, and puts out barriers or something. What's the cost? Do you know what the cost is for these stream gauges that can operate independently with some barriers that can come down on their own and so?
So the cost varies. $10,000 to $20,000 is a setup, and that would be a setup would be either just lights that blink or a gate that might come down. We have a couple of automatic gates, but we're looking at $10,000 to $20,000 a piece is what we think one of those setups would cost. Now, that does not include design cost, it does not include management of contract, that would be just the
So-
apparatus itself.
What would be total cost? Approximate, range?
$30,000.
$30,000?
Yes, sir, approximately.
How many of these low water crossings do you think you have in this flood alley that we've talked about?
Well, so we have over 1,300 statewide, almost 1,400
Right.
statewide. In the Central Texas region, which would be 4 of our districts, we have approximately 420. So I believe I do have that number. So in the 4 districts of the Austin District, Brownwood District, San Angelo, and San Antonio District, we're at 420 low water crossings. Now, if I was to say in this, if I
Of the
was to say-
420, how many would you consider rural?
I would say majority of them are rural.
So 400 of them?
Yes, sir.
Because you said San Antonio. I didn't think San Antonio, I wouldn't consider that
You're right,
rural.
yes, sir. So I have 80 in San Antonio alone.
So we subtract 80 from the 420, so, okay, let's just start with that, get round numbers, 340 times 30,000. So we're looking at about 10.2 million?
Yes, sir, 10 to 12 million is what.
Okay, to get them all covered. How much is the reconstruction of that bridge gonna cost y'all?
$4 million, I believe, is our estimate currently.
All right. Are there any safety funds that TxDOT has in order to, I would assume you have a safety fund for vehicular safety, to improve safety for Texans, that sort of thing?
We have a category for safety, yes, sir, that's correct.
Are there funds in that?
Yes, sir. We have maintenance funds, and we also have category safety funds as well. Yes, sir.
Do you have that a number on hand, or is that something you could get back with us?
I could get back to you with
All
that,
right,
sir.
let us know, because I think we just need to do everything we can to prevent the loss of life. I appreciate your testimony today, and thank you for answering my questions. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Chair recognizes Representative Martinez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to direct my questions to Mr. Johnson as well. And, Senator Perry mentioned something earlier about the best mitigation plan is prevention. And I'm going to follow up on what my esteemed colleague, Representative Johnson, touched on as well. You had mentioned that TxDOT works on assessing situations with transportation before, during, and after the risks on state roads. And then you also mentioned that it evaluates future projects to address stormwater impact. Then you also said you're working on ways to identify and understand what will impact the next event. Well, let me share a situation with you and a couple scenarios. 2018 in the Rio Grande Valley, we had a major flooding event. People couldn't get on or off the expressway. All the frontage roads are flooded. Had an auto pedestrian, a gentleman hit by a car. The ambulance couldn't get to him because there was no way for that ambulance to get up on the expressway. We had to get a high-profile vehicle in order to make contact with the gentleman and transport him to the hospital. Within a year, 2019, another major event and flooding in the Rio Grande Valley. All the frontage roads, once again, were flooded. Nobody could get on, nobody could get off. How do you evacuate, especially in emergency? You can't. 2020, Hurricane Hannah. Once again, nobody could evacuate. All the frontage roads were flooded. Businesses along the frontage roads were closed, and many people lost their businesses. Many people lost their homes. Now, as recent as 4 months ago, March 2025, another major flooding event in the Rio Grande Valley, all along the frontage roads. Once again, nobody could get on or off. Nobody could evacuate. Many people lost their vehicles. Some were swept away. Luckily, there wasn't any loss of life. It's been 8 years, and this hasn't been addressed. And I'm wondering why. You come up and you talk about doing your assessment before, during, and after, but how come this hasn't been addressed? So if this is happening now, and then within 60 days you were able to rebuild a bridge, but it's been 8 years and we haven't been able to address something very, very serious in the Rio Grande Valley, especially for evacuation purposes. I don't understand why, we come up here and we pat each other on the back and say, oh, you're doing a good job, but why aren't we addressing these issues? And these are important, because when it comes to safety and evacuation and the fact that our ambulances or emergency responders can't,
Right.
respond,
Can't get there, right?
whose fault is that?
Yes, sir.
And it's very simple to point fingers, because I've heard it before from TxDOT that we're not in the business of drainage. Well, everybody's in the business of safety. So who does it fall on? And my concern is it's been 8 years and we still haven't addressed this, but yet we're coming up and talking about how well we performed and how well we did. Well, you know what? This performance isn't very well. It doesn't look very well to me.
Yes, sir.
So could you give me an answer for that, please?
Well, so I don't know all the specifics about that particular area, but I'd tell you, I think it'd be great for me to dive into that and circle back with you and my team to talk about that at a higher level with you, with constituents in the valley. I understand your concern. It's a valid concern, and I appreciate the concern. So honestly, I'm happy to work with you on that and try to come up with solutions. Yes, sir.
Chair recognizes Senator Blanco.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Johnson, you had mentioned the use of drones through the TxDOT to identify some road damage areas and things like that. So my question is not directed to you, but maybe more for our law enforcement officials. There was a private drone that collided with a Black Hawk helicopter that was undergoing rescue missions. That luckily nothing happened, nobody was injured, but that helicopter had to do an emergency landing, which made it inoperable, right? And the report said that it was a private drone. So what do we need to do? Obviously, drones are a force multiplier. And our agencies and law enforcement and emergency management folks need to utilize these drones for rescue operations and a variety of other things. My question is there anything in current law that prohibits private drones from going into these rescue areas so that our first responders and our emergency management folks can utilize that airspace for rescue operations?
Yes, sir. And we actually had a no-fly zone over that area other than first responders and authorized personnel. But this is just a good example of what happens in some of these rural communities where, and so many things into place, and we still have an incident where it's saturated with drones. We try to manage those with a program. Keep drones at a certain level, 200 feet and less. Keep aircraft 300 and above the rotary. And this is one where I think aircraft was a little low and the drone was a little high at the same time. But the drone operators, the problem is the connectivity. Early on, we had problems with there's not enough cell network band, and the drone was essentially frozen in place, where you have an aircraft that thinks that they see something that they want to come closer to investigate, so they come down and kind of fly into the drone. So that's under investigation by NTSB. With the use of Starlink, we were able to mitigate some of those risks, but it's just a good example of overwhelming the system, and so we see what NTSB comes out of that. But we did restrict drone traffic, and so it was everybody out there was either law enforcement or some kind of responders that was responding to the event and actively searching.
And so what are the repercussions for those private entities that disregard the warnings of the no-fly zone? What happens to those folks?
We struggle, and there's at the federal level. There's so many discussions right now. We have things to mitigate, like in El Paso, for example. Mm-hmm. We have the technology to detect all these drones, and there's technology to take them down. We don't have the authority, so we have now embedded HSI with the state to be able to bring some of these drones when we know they're there for nefarious activity.
Right.
Those policies, in fact, we had a Texas Ranger captain testify in Congress here recently, just a couple of weeks ago, over the lack of authority to us to mitigate some of these drones. So we can detect it. We can normally detect where they started from and go find the operator. But we don't have the authority to take them down physically with a jammer or with a shotgun or with a net or whatever the case may be.
And are there any state laws, can you prosecute someone that is flying a private drone during a rescue operation in a fly zone?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, I'd like to work with you on that.
Sure.
Thank you.
Representative Verdell.
Thank you, Chairman. I've got a few questions. And then first, I want to say, Colonel Martin, Colonel Vanderroos, y'all were at the EOC every day. Y'all had teams that were doing amazing work out there. And so I just want to make sure y'all get credit for what your teams did and your leadership. So first question I want to ask, which could be to all four of y'all, is people have become desensitized to flash flood warnings or alerts on their phone over time. Do you think that there's a way to address that issue now where we need to have actually less warnings, or is there another idea that y'all may have to deal with people being desensitized to those warnings coming in on their phones?
Just state your name if you're going to take the question.
Freeman Martin, Texas DPS. I would agree with that 100%. In fact, we're working on a public awareness campaign as we speak for the 90th anniversary of DPS. Educating people and reminding them to turn their alerts on, to look for amber alerts, to be cognizant of these alerts. But I do agree that there's especially weather alerts, and I'll back up just for a minute. There's nobody up here bragging about we're working with the families every day, so we realize the magnitude of what happened, and but we're talking about what we did, the response. Suggestions for improvement moving forward. And I'm not sure if anybody up here there are experts that with technology, early warning devices for rivers, water PSI gets a certain level that sirens go off. That's not us. And in defense of TxDOT, as far as the flooding, normally DPS or our local law enforcement are the first responders to identify. We know what the low water crossings are. We get heavy rains. Troopers go out and they know to look to close this area. This was nothing I've ever seen before. And talking to the police chief, I'm not sure where he lives, a private road. He lives up on a mountain. And he was coming down the mountain, and it was up. He's never seen anything like this in his life. So that was early morning, 3 o'clock in the morning. I don't think there's any way that TxDOT would have known about that to close the road, and they were all flooded. So I know that morning when I got to Kerrville, Texas DPS had roads blocked everywhere. We were flying resources into some of these camps, and as a helicopter would land and we would identify somebody who was actually injured, there's one gentleman hurt himself with a chainsaw trying to clear debris so they could get out, and we transported them by air, but all the roads were flooded. It was I don't know if they had ever seen anything that private roads and things that TxDOT are not responsible for. But in answer to your question, I'm sorry, I rambled on for a minute.
Yeah, no, it's all right. It was in regards to, are we sending too many warnings out on the phones? Because if we're in a restaurant, you see people, if an Amber Alert, first thing people do is try to mute their phone and turn it upside down. So
I would agree with that. And being in charge of pushing those alerts, when the locals push that to DPS, and we work with other agencies to push that out, sometimes I'm hesitant, and you always want to look at what information do you have, and if there was a way we could regionalize that to the area affected, but many times you don't know. If a kid's abducted and they're in a vehicle and 2 hours have passed by, you look at the radius of where they could have traveled in 2 hours. Yeah. It's a large area, and the decision's made to push that out, and we normally do that in response to a local request, but there are a lot, and I think people are sensitized. I have friends that turn those off. Yes, mine's going off when we're in a restaurant, and theirs do not because they have them silent. So yeah. I don't know what the answer to that is, but I agree with you.
I appreciate it. The next question is, on July 4th, going into that next July 5th, I was out there till probably about 3, trying to talk to first responders. And one of the things that came up, we had some city PD from different areas that were there, and they had, I won't say the name of the radio, but they had a radio that has a touchpad on it, and they weren't able to communicate with that. Did y'all have any comms issues inside of your agency because of that? No cell service or whatnot out there?
We did early on. our troopers with the newer radio, we were able to mitigate that pretty quick with, we have the newer radios that have the technology, and we had to build a plug-in to be able to communicate with the Sheriff's Department. Like I said, I believe they just recently went to a new system. So in a very short period of time, we were able to mitigate that. There's so many different systems out there, as Chief Kidd was talking about, and some of those, you know, the lower end radios are not compatible.
Yeah.
So we deployed some comms teams with some trailers, some radios, to mesh those systems, and some of them we just have to issue radios.
And did some of the cell services companies that came in, did they help y'all with that?
They
too?
did.
Okay.
Absolutely. FirstNet.
Yes, sir.
Showing up. Yes, sir.
I appreciate it. Next question, sir, is for you, TxDOT. I was in a meeting recently where they had mentioned that TxDOT has played a lesser role in road closures during flooding, flash flood. Is that true, and is that because that y'all have less staff now? They said that what it's come down to now is more local officials have been more